Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already hit that notification bell, hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. Yo, okay, y'all. Y'all know we back at it. You know, earlier we did a shorter live, you know, because it was something that I wanted to get out when I seen a clip, right? And I wanted to get that out earlier, you know, talking about why to never check in with Wack 100. Make sure that's known, right? And we all know now Wack 100 definitely lined this situation up to get the Crips booked, right? Because Wack said it himself that he provides the tools to Big U and the Crips so that they can go at each other. Let them get each other out the way, you know? And we all know Wack 100 doesn't really care about Luce Cannon. He became the godfather of Luce Cannon's child, but he really doesn't care about Luce Cannon at all. And Wack 100 is playing dumb. He's acting like he doesn't know why Luce Cannon's paperwork isn't up there yet, right? Why the paperwork with Luce Cannon isn't available, right? And they all working. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They all working straight up. If you got any doubt in your mind about Wack 100 working, they all working straight up. They will not allow you to operate at this level and lead with violence. Wack 100 doesn't really care that people think he's working. When people actually find out with solid confirmation, whereas though, you know, people say working, they say he's in this case, they say he's in that case, but his actions show it. When the solid confirmation comes out, Wack 100 is not even going to care. He's going to stand on it, right? Because this is his character. And right now, he's playing as if he doesn't know why they're not putting the paperwork out there on Luce Cannon the way that they're putting other paperwork out there. It's paperwork that we see whereas though Wack's name is mentioned as, you know, being a victim of the situation, right? And we all know that Wack 100 was involved in the situation outside of No Jumper. I appreciate that donation, Hot Shot. We all know Wack 100 was involved with the situation outside of No Jumper. And Wack 100 is definitely going to be a part of that indictment. We all can see that. But it's certain things in the Big U indictment that they don't want to put out there for the reasoning it's gonna reveal some things, and they're not in a rush to put them out. And I think that Wack 100 name is going to be in there more than we see right now for just speculating of Big U running down on him and, threatening him, and Wack having a blower, and, him hollering draws and Eugene and all that. I think it's going to be more information inside the paperwork that's going to name Wack 100 in different situations. And there's a reason why this indictment is really sealed for the main part of the shit, right? They put a little bit of information out to the people, and we get to see the base of the case. But there's a reason why the indictment is sealed to a certain extent, because they have some evidence that's going to reveal something in some people that they're not ready to reveal yet. You hear me? Straight up. They got evidence now. And you better know that the evidence that they're putting out, they're not putting all the evidence out right now, for the simple fact that they're not going to show all their cards that quick. Straight up. They're not going to show all the evidence that quick. They don't want to put everything out there, all their cards on the table. So it's some things in there that when we do get to see them eventually, we gonna be like, oh shit, I thought this and I thought that. But they not gonna lay all their cards out there. It's a part of the game, right? So they give us some of the shit, right? And they know that this case is big and there's a lot of people cooperating and those type of things. And, they want to keep some people confidential, right? And the thing about it is, if the case doesn't go all the way to trial and they're able to turn everybody against everybody and get people to start pleading, they don't want to put all the evidence and all the confidential witnesses out there, and the case don't even go to trial, right? Because if the case goes to trial, then those people that are confidential, that are cooperating, they're gonna have to take the stand. But if it don't go to trial, then they'll never have to take the stand. And those people, like the Wack 100 type of dudes that we all know is working, and everybody's like, why is he never getting locked up? But he's always in the middle of the cases. They won't be revealed. But if the case goes to trial, people will be revealed. So Wack 100 is playing real dumb at this moment, right? He's playing real dumb. He's, on there with the clubhouse minions, acting as if he doesn't know what's going on and why we can't see Luce Cannon's paperwork. Well, maybe they don't want to reveal the shit that you might have said to Luce on a wiretap that implicated you in some shit. Whereas though, Wack working with them people, so he's real freely as he talks on the phone. He don't care what he say on the phone because he's working, right? So it might be some wiretaps between Luce Cannon, Wack 100 talking, because Wack told us about that one phone call where it was Luce Cannon and Dale on the phone and Wack. And he said Dale's phone had to be hot. So we know your phone is hot because you told us over here at SBGB TV that the feds had you on 300 hours of wiretap, right? And we know the court system, they all know your number. They said your last 4 digits of your number online while you was in court and you said, I don't know. They know your number. The court system know your number. The agents know your number. So you a person of mass chaos and destruction, and you're in the entertainment world. We all know your phone's tapped. So maybe there's some things that will tie you to Luce Cannon that they don't want to reveal at the moment, because your cover's being blown. We done peeled the mask back on who Wack is, and maybe his cover will be blown even more if they put out all the evidence that they got on Luce Cannon. You hear me? Because we all know Wack 100 was lining Luce Cannon up. He took him up there to tell on himself at no jumper, and that there is a piece of the evidence that they're using against Luce Cannon. So maybe Wack 100 name is going to be in whatever they got linked to Luce Cannon, because he was running with Luce Cannon for over a year, trying to put him out there, right? And you better believe that Luce Cannon's phone was tapped the whole entire time, right? Wack 100's phone is, I think, probably permanently tapped, because he's one of them. So Luce Cannon's phone was tapped the whole time, and I'm sure they got conversations with Luce Cannon with multiple people, because he's been threatening people all over the internet consistently, right? So what I say to that is, his phone being tapped, Wack 100 are in some of those intercept conversations. So if you let Wack 100 tell us, right, he say they don't got Luce Cannon on no wiretap. Why wouldn't they have Luce Cannon on the wiretap if they known all this time that he had committed the dispensary robbery involving himself with Big U? You understand what I'm saying? So Wack 100 trying to throw everybody off by saying they don't have Luce Cannon on no wiretaps. But then you put out the audio saying, I know Luce Cannon is fucked because him and Dale was on my phone talking reckless, and Dale's been working up until March. So, Wack 100 lies so much, right? And we've been able to pick apart the lies. We've been able to break it down, pick them apart, and understand that he is a mass manipulator. He's the type of person that is always trying to manipulate the situation for his likeness, for his gain. Just how he used Luce Cannon. When Luce Cannon thought he was using Wack 100, Wack 100 was using him, right? So the benefit that Luce Cannon got from it involving himself KO with Wack 100 was fame, attention. The benefit that Wack 100 got from involving himself with Luce Cannon, he was doing his job. He was doing what he was instructed to do, right? And strict instructions was to get Luce Cannon and Big U, right? So we gotta all understand this, man. Wack 100 will send a message through the media team that he has to change any narrative to what he wants it to be, to influence people to look at things a certain way to throw you off balance of what's really going on. So now he's on there with the media team and he's acting like he doesn't know what's going on. Oh, I don't know why, and why would this? And he's asking people that have no knowledge of the law questions. Well, why would this happen? Why would that happen? What you think about this, right? But let him tell it. He knows everything. Whenever he's talking about somebody's case and when they're going to go to court and the procedures, he knows it all. But he's never been through none of the shit. But he knows it in detail, right? It's because he's a liar, right? So he understands that he has a great deal of influence on the internet. So if I say these things a certain way, I'll be able to influence the people to make them go with the narrative that I want because I got the level of influence on the internet. And, you know, this is why we call it out, right? And trust and believe. Eventually, it's going to stick all over because it's sticking now. And now that I see it sticking, right? You know, he wants to keep going to Reggie right now, you know, to make sure that, you know, he acts like ain't nothing sticking, ain't nothing going on. I still got a great deal of influence. But we're going to keep continuing to deliver so that the people can understand the manipulation games that Wack 100 is playing. Wack 100 knows that they have a preponderance of evidence against Luce Cannon. He knows this for a fact, right? He knows that Luce Cannon is finished for a fact. And he knows that he put the shit together strong enough to make sure Luce Cannon was cooked. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I can guarantee you that Wack 100 had multiple conversations on his phone with Luce Cannon where Luce Cannon incriminated himself about way more things than we know now. I guarantee you that Wack 100 had conversations about things that the authorities wanted to know, because if you listen to that last interview that Luce Cannon did on No Jumper, he said, "Hey Wack, I know things about you that nobody knows, and I know you know things about me that nobody knows." So that let me know that Wack 100 was able to convince Luce Cannon to confide in him about things that people wanted to know. I'm going to tell y'all like this, right? I can see this right now. Wack 100 got Luce Cannon to confide in him about certain things that them people wanted to know. And right now, maybe Luce Cannon is speculating, right? Because I know he's a little slow. But right now, maybe he's speculating about those things that he told Wack 100 as if, damn, I wonder if Wack 100 said this and told the people that. But once Luce Cannon understands that he was lined up by Wack, all the things that he told Wack may resurface to his brain and get him to understand that, damn, I might have talked a little bit too much, right? And I'm hoping Luce Cannon didn't talk to Wack 100 about any homicides or anything like that. Because if he talked to Wack 100 about any homicides, oh, he cooked. And this is why I say to myself, Wack 100 knows he's finished because Luce Cannon done detailed some serious shit that he sent back to the office. He done detailed some serious information that Luce Cannon felt I can say to Wack, right? And say, this is my brother. He won't say anything. So he didn't detail some information, and Wack acting like, yo, this my brother. I won't tell on you. But at the same time, Wack is working. And I'm going to tell y'all straight up, you can't convince me that Wack isn't working. You hear me? And I'm willing, Wack, we can put up 10,000, Wack, for a lie detector test. You hear me? If you working. And if you pass the test, you keep the 10,000. Maybe that's not worth it to you, right? But it's a easy 10,000, Wack, if you know you're not working. Straight up. It's an easy 10,000 if you know you're not working. But I know from all the actions that you display, me coming from the streets, there's no doubt in my mind that you're working. Straight up. See, Luce Cannon thought that you was the person that you portray to be. But Luce Cannon is not smart enough to understand when a nigga's are undercover, when a nigga's working with the authorities. He's not understanding that. He's not understanding that you are them people at the moment. Now, after it processes of him being locked up as he is right now, it might process and say, damn, Wack 100 lined me up. He is them people, right? But Luce Cannon working on the side himself, straight up. I'm telling you, all these dudes is playing the game and working with them people, but they think the other person don't know they working. They playing that type of game because ain't no real person that has common sense going to operate on the internet like they do if you not working, right? And I really think we're going to see in the near future, right, the things come out because they only keep you confidential, honestly, until they done with you. When they done with you, it all comes out. You know, Wack 100 is so confident, though, that he's not going to have any involvement, I guess, with this case. His name's not nowhere in it. This is what he says when we all know his name has been stated in it, right? C Fresh 1000, I appreciate the super chat. His name is stated in it, right? Law and Crime mentions his name, right? So why would his name be mentioned in the paperwork? Law and Crime mentioning his name, right? But let him tell it, man, I ain't got no involvement. I ain't had nothing to do with that. And you ran with Big U for a long time. And you ran with Big U around the time that they was investigating, right? So I'm thinking like Wack 100 feels that they're going to keep him all the way out of this situation. So I'm going to continue on as regular program, right? But I'm telling you, Luce Cannon is going to come out and, you know, once he starts like, fuck it, I gotta work too, and I gotta go at Big U and make sure I be a corroborating witness because I'm cooked, right? He gonna bring Wack 100 into it and let the people know, yes, Wack working too. Straight up. I can see that shit coming. I see it coming. Because ain't no way Luce Cannon has a fighting chance to beat the case. He has no chance of beating this. None. Not at all. There's no way. They done included the no jumper shit in there, right? They done included the no jumper shit, whereas though this is why you not getting bail. And we waiting to see, because they not rushing to bring that out. They not rushing to bring that out when it's a big picture behind that and how it started from the involvement with Dash Network, right? All behind a Dash Network contract. This shit then escalated. So you gotta understand that them people are going to look at what was the motive of this shit happening at No Jumper, right? They're going to look into the details and see why all this shit started. They're not just going to say, well, Luce Cannon pistol whipped these guys, they robbed them, they beat them, we got it on camera, they're guilty. They want to know why all this shit started. What was the root of this? What was the motive behind this? So you have to understand that them doing the investigation that they're doing, they're going to find all that out. They want to know, why did this happen? Who was behind it? Where did it start from? And let Wack 100 tell you, right? This shit here was behind the contract with Dash Network. So if this shit was behind the contract with Dash Network, right? And Wack 100 has the contract, which he said he had 6 weeks before the no jumper situation. What does that tell you? That Wack 100 is definitely going to be included in this situation. And that's a fact. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you called in from.
Hey, this is a KO.
What's good with you, KO?
I was chilling. I'm gonna break this shit all the way down to you. Me and you had a conversation that's off the record. But now I'm gonna address the shit because I'm on record. The guy at the police. The man messaged me something and said, if I was to give you that footage of when I allegedly slapped him, and then guess what? We got content. And I'm telling you that, and you the only person that had the conversation. But fuck them. You can't do shit about it. It's my footage. I just didn't want it because I had my kids around me. Well, fuck it. Bitch, we got content. Wack, I'm finna show your bitch ass being exposed for the person that you is. You been doing the double shit. You try to play the game. You playing with the IBM now. IBM and IBM. I guess y'all some dumbass computer niggas at my age when I was in school. Nigga, now your ass gonna get programmed. I'm just a country nigga that got some shit and got some company. The man called my company. If y'all want to advertise it, but I don't do no free advertising. If I wanted to expose business, fuck it. We on, right? Most times I said, oh, he just went away just because he already know man from the rain content up. No, bitch, you didn't know what was finna happen. He just fell back. I told these, I said, watch this shit work. They following in your hand, but why did? This man just literally called my wife's phone, repeated every fucking thing we just see. So if any motherfuckers in on this line, and that's what y'all doing. And he had a bitch, I put it in the comment, you probably didn't catch it, because you were just starting your show. Now I'm gonna really sit back and rub my hand. You bitch ass nigga easy to beat. You just expose you, well, who the fuck you is. Everything in the inside of my house is recorded, everything. My wife gonna hit the fucking phone and then she put it on speakerphone. I don't know how many people watching this shit. Y'all can share this shit. I'm finna see him in the exclusive footage of when I slapped him, and then I'm gonna show you the footage, and then I'm gonna let him pop it off tomorrow evening. Whatever time you wanna pop this shit off, I'm gonna send it to him. It's fair use. And anybody can use it. I hope his ass pull up over there tomorrow. But that's on some, I'm not no that type of dude. These, that woman just repeated everything damn near me you just see.
You said
so I know he got him alert. It was a woman on the phone.
Okay.
From the other number, my company number. Because if I call your phone, he gonna show my company number.
So you said somebody just repeated everything that you just said on there?
Nigga, I know who the fuck it is. It was R&B. Fuck it. We can drop it. Because I know the voice. I told my wife, I looked at the Ring camera. Oh, I got this bitch. And what I was talking about, I was like, my kids right there. He had one of his kids with him. When the alleged incident happened in Atlanta. I don't give a fuck we on this live. I'm gonna talk about it. So bitch, I know you know where them addresses is. Oh, nigga, we gonna play that type of game. I'm not gonna dox nobody. You said, on the dead homies. Bitch, I don't put shit on nobody dead. On your living life. I wish the fuck you would come playing with me. And that's a Wack 100. Cash motherfucking Jones. You wanna know his middle name? Nigga, I been running paperwork. Until the nigga name Chuck, they be sitting over here in the comment. You run that content. You stupid bitch. I got your stupid ass. You call my wife phone. Stupid motherfucker, we run company. It ain't hard to find. I ain't got to advertise my shit crowd here, but I advertise it. And I'm a paper. Bitch, y'all calling playing. Me and the man had a conversation. Ain't no way this dude just repeat this shit to my wife and she said, what is wrong with dude? I just said I can't get nobody to edit my shit. So if I can get a good editor to block my kids out of shit, I don't give a damn about seeing my face. My face is in that link.
All right, KO, just send it to me, and we'll get it right. Just send it to me. I'm gonna go ahead and
no.
I'm gonna check
and
it
then
out.
And then you send the motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about it, cause I know a motherfucker. I know damn when them dumb ass motherfuckers gonna crash out. Yeah, I know this bitch got to be the face. How the hell you knew this conversation? And I put it in your comment before I even said any fucking thing. Nigga, I ain't no motherfucking goofy ass. Yeah, bitch, I got plenty of money. I don't give a damn about no money. No disrespect to your channel. Fuck his channel. Nigga, I'm a man for him any motherfucking thing. Nigga, I don't go along to get along with now game. Nigga, there's no go along, get along game around here. And whack that to your bitch ass. And RM, shout out to you being the person that you is. Cause you kind of caught one of the people already ran they shit. That's why I said, take me off well, you ain't probably didn't catch it. Take me out being a mod and on your own content. You be running shit, playing game. I don't even run no shit. Yo, keep calling that company. You stupid motherfucker, I'm gonna fry your ass. These, keep doing what you're doing. Take me off being a mud on your shit. I don't want to be, no, I don't want no big say nothing.
Alright, well just stay locked in. I got you. I'm gonna take you off there.
Oh no, I'm finna send it to you. I'm finna send you the raw footage. All that. I know you a man with the foot. Oh, they already heard it. Cause the nigga repeated and said my wife gonna hurt. She like, the fuck you? What the hell you got going on? Man, I don't even nobody. Buddy played with me when we were trying to walk in a restaurant in Atlanta and got his ass smacked the fuck up. It's not allegedly. I did that. Bitch, you ain't no breaking line. Everybody standing outside the restaurant. And R&B, shout out to you. I knew I was gonna get your stupid ass. Stupid. Hey, Deezy, handle your business. I'm in the background. I'm just letting a nigga know that. So you repeated my whole conversation. Well, give him the cut. Bitch, I ain't gotta have nobody edit. I really let him put it up, but out of respect to my kids, nigga, they older.
Alright, send it to me, KL.
Oh, nigga, this is gonna be some free shit. And I bet you can't backtrack or getting your ass slapped the fuck up.
Alright, send it to me, KL. Lock in. I'm ready to go back to the live. Lock in.
Oh, Lord. We already live. This a live calling.
Alright. KO said he gonna send us the footage. So we gonna see how that go. You hear me? If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. See, Wack 100 is definitely playing dumb, acting as if he doesn't know why the paperwork isn't out there on loose cannon. Why you can't see nothing. Straight up, you can't see anything but the basic shit on loose cannon shit. Shit sealed over there. And, you know, they got the trial scheduled for next month. But I sit there and think about this, right? They might come with some more shit and push the trial back. I think it's going to be some more shit coming because it's more shit to this. There's a preponderance of evidence. They just showed the base of this shit. They didn't show everything. They just showed the base of this shit so that the people can see the direction they going. But they only said the thing that Loose Cannon did with the dispensary, and I'm trying to see where the other act came in, whereas though I think it had to do with Marley Marl, right? Straight up. I think it had to do with Marley Marl because he got 2 acts that he's charged with of the Hobbs Act, right? 2 counts now. And they specified 1. And this is why I'm telling y'all there's more evidence that's going to come about. Straight up. There's more evidence that's going to come about, but they didn't reveal everything. It's a reason behind that, right? And I already dropped that. That shit that Seti Nash put out there, I did that yesterday. Come on, man. We did that shit yesterday. Straight up. I showed everybody that shit yesterday. Matter of fact, it might have been yesterday or earlier the day before. We already put that shit out there, man. Y'all know DZ up on the game. You hear me? They got more subscribers than I got. But trust me, they don't have more knowledge than me. Straight up. And they don't know anything that's going on about this shit at No Jumper. Because if they did, they wouldn't be on the live over there rocking, wouldn't allowing Wack 100 to run an exposure show on them. You know, anybody that go over there messing with Wack on that show, it's the objective to expose you. You know, and I've been calling it out. You know, I guess Seti Nash thought I was with Wack. He didn't understand I'm my own boss. He talking about, yo, Wack your peoples. Nah, we not together. I've been delivering this shit. I've been making sure that I deliver and break down this shit to the T so everybody can understand it. I want everybody to understand this shit. And, you know, if you pay attention to how Wack is acting, it's a reason. Wack is so certain about everybody else's case. When he talks about anybody else's case, I want y'all to pay attention to that. When he talked about Young Thug's case, when he talked about Gunna telling, when he talked about anybody, 6ix9ine, Jim Jones, all that shit. Are y'all paying attention that with Luce Cannon's case, he don't know shit? Let's be real now. I want y'all to pay attention to this. With Luce Cannon's case and Big U shit, Wack don't know nothing. I don't know. See, Wack 100 gives himself away, and I try to tell you, the snake type of people like Wack, they only are able to trick people that don't really pay attention to shit like this when you listening to a joker like Wack. Wack can break down everything that he thinks he knows about Young Thug's Rico. He knows everything. You hear me? He'll tell you everything about Young Thug's Rico to the T. Straight up. He'll tell you everything about everybody that's telling. He knows Big Meech's details, which we all know is a lie, right? But he'll tell you he knows the details about Big Meech, Jim Jones. But with Luce Cannon, the guy that you said, when the light shines on me, I want the light to shine on him. He has no idea to let him tell it to the entire world, right? That he knows nothing about this. Oh man, Luce Cannon should be able to, get separated from the Rico when Wack 100 knows it's a goddamn lie. You made sure that he was locked in with the Rico. You made sure your work and your consistency made sure that he was locked in with the Rico. But if you let Wack 100 tell you, right, I don't know nothing about this, because he had all the involvement with it. So, of course, somebody that has all the involvement with it, right, they're going to act like I don't know anything about it. I don't want to talk about this in depth because I'm going to start unmasking myself if I dig into this. You hear what I'm saying? Straight up. So just pay attention, though. I need y'all to pay attention to that. Wack 100 will talk about everybody else's case in depth, detail, have the breakdown, have the information and everything. But this case here is so connected to Wack. It's a lot of things that they don't want to put out there because their star player next to the star witness, right? Because they got the star witness, the person that was being extorted, right? But Wack 100 is a star player. And being as though that he's a star player, They want to keep the star player confidant. They don't want everybody to know about the star player. And the star player is letting the minions on Clubhouse highlight what they don't know about the case, while he sits there and say, well, what do you think about this? So you trying to say this? You trying to say that? Oh, well, so you trying to say Luce doesn't have the paperwork because of this. You don't know anything. But you was there with him firsthand. And the people that you weren't around with firsthand, right? You know detail of their whole entire case. I want y'all to pay attention to that now. The people that didn't rock with him, the people that he didn't run in their circle, he knows detail. He can tell you why they got picked up, how many points they had to get charged. He can tell you where the charges came from. He knows about RICOs that Big U was supposedly and be involved with in New Jersey. But this one here, you have limited information and you right there next to it. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
SB. Hey, SB, you just hit it on the head, man. That's the tell, playing dumb. That's the tell right there.
There you go.
All right, SB, be cool, bro.
Appreciate it, my brother.
All right.
That's what it is, you know? And you know, I analyze this shit now, you know, because I didn't pay attention to Wack before, you know? And I'm sure, you know, people been knew that he was working and shit, right? But now I'm paying attention. It's like, it's self-explanatory, to be honest. I gotta be honest. It's self-explanatory. Straight up. It's right there for you. Anybody that can tell you about every case that goes on in the music industry. Because if you ask Wack 100 about anybody that has a case in the music industry, he has knowledge. But this case right here, he's letting the minions do the talking. Y'all tell me what y'all think. They don't have no clue. Ain't none of those stupid ass niggas in Clubhouse ever been to trial. Not one of them dudes. Ain't none of them dumb niggas ever been to trial. Straight up. Ain't none of those dudes been involved or under investigation for a RICO. Not one of them. But they can tell you about somebody that you was around, in the case that you was around, that you had the person speak and tell on themselves on No Jumper, and you acting like you don't know what's going on. Come on now. Shit is wicked. But if you open your eyes and pay attention to this shit, right? It's self-explanatory. Straight up. See, I'm thinking that, you know, being honest, right? Luce Cannon's girl must be informed by Luce Cannon that something ain't right, baby. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. I think it's Wack. Yeah. They didn't calm down now on the calls. I guess they taking the judge serious in this situation. I guess they think it's serious now, being as though that they done said the No Jumper situation. Maybe. You know, we gonna see though. Because they done definitely incriminated themselves and they hurt themselves even more. So I'm telling you right now, Luce Cannon playing that tough role, he gonna be the star witness, as well as the person that he did something to. Luce Cannon is going to be the star witness. when his lawyer sits down with him, straight up now, appreciate the super chat, loving my kids. When his lawyer sits down with him and say, hey, Tremaine Williams, what the fuck was you thinking, dude? What was on your mind? They got all the fucking evidence. And you gave it to him. That guy, Wack 100, that's your friend, right? Well, damn, dude. He made sure you incriminated yourself to the T. You hear me? Wack got to the rat Seti Nash also. He is 60. LJ, appreciate that. Yeah, I already know. When he had Seti Nash on the panel, I knew what it was. Then Seti Nash went over there and got on the panel with Luce. This is why I'm telling you, you can't trust none of them dudes. When you see those dudes start linking up with shit like that, you gotta be leery of them dudes, man. Straight up. You see how Seti Nash embraced Little Woody? Yeah. You see what it is? You know what you're dealing with these guys on the net, though, man. And I see now that there's gonna be some things revealed, and Luce Cannon gonna be the star. Luce Cannon is going to be the star, man. I'm telling you that right now. And you know, they got trial scheduled for next month, but I really think it's gonna get pushed back, man. If we being real. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video, man. You know, we gonna play some of this shit with Big U as well in a second. You know, I want to run through some of that shit with Big U and what they saying about Big U. But I promise you, it's gonna be some shit coming out. The feds play this game the best. You know, they understand how to send shit to the people. They understand what to put out to the people. But they put it limited information out about Luce Cannon for a reason. All they did was refer to the shit with Dale at the dispensary. They didn't say about the second count, and they said the no jumper situation, right? So you already know they know what it is, man. He said, play Seti Nash clip on the news. Let the people see. LJ, send it to me. If you got it, send it to me. We'll play it. Send it to me. Yeah. So, you know, we gonna see how this shit play out. Now Luce Cannon's girlfriend done got quiet. She ain't running that same, you know, loud content that she was running for the first couple weeks. She should have kept the motivation going. Kept the momentum. Don't fall back now. Y'all in too deep already. Straight up. Y'all in too deep. And I think with Big U, right? Big U's gonna do more than just time for more than just fraud, man. He got witnesses, you know, saying that he extorted them and he was receiving the payments, man. So I need y'all, for people that think that he only gonna do time for fraud, I doubt that. You know what I mean? The feds want some time for them spending their money with you and you accepting those payments and you spending that money. They want some time for that. Think about that. If you out here pumping and they doing controlled buys, they gonna want that time. Straight up. They gonna want that time. Straight up. Yeah. Let me see here. Let me see here. Hold up. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Shetty Nash. Telling on his brother. Let me see here. Shetty Nash is exposed for telling on his brother. Real paperwork. I want to see the news clip. I gotta try to find a news clip. But I wanna play this shit with the Big U shit, y'all.
I just need y'all.
I'm gonna play this shit with the Big U shit. Hold up. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Share this video. Let's see what we got here. See what they talking about, Big U. Yeah, let's see what they talking about with Big U.
Y'all prayers. I need y'all to... I don't even know what to say.
Remember Big U? He turned himself into federal custody last month after a shocking indictment alleged he committed a number of crimes, from embezzlement to fraud to extortion to robbery, as well as violating the Federal RICO Act. But that's not all. His indictment comes as such a shock because to the public, he appeared like an OG who just wanted to do good. But according to the feds, that was all a ploy. I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Now, if Big U is convicted on his charges, he's not facing light time. He's facing life in prison. Now, last time I reported on this story, we had little info about the man he's accused of murdering, beyond that he was an aspiring rap artist signed to his label. Now we've learned the victim we previously knew as RW actually used to play football with Big U's son.
I just want y'all to know, all this stuff is quagmire. This shit is all bullcrap.
Not guilty. That's the plea Big U entered last week when he was arraigned on his charges. But Big U is looking at a major uphill battle, and the battle of a federal trial could soon begin as early as next month. According to his federal indictment, Big U ran a criminal enterprise that they call the Big U Enterprise. Court documents say the Big U Enterprise is a mafia-like organization that utilizes Henley's stature and long-standing association with the Rollin' 60s and other street gangs to intimidate businesses and individuals in Los Angeles. Federal prosecutors claim Big U is known and regarded as a leader within the Rollin' 60s Crips, and his time with the gang dates all the way back to the 80s, where he rose up the ranks after earning his rep as an enforcer. So what do the feds have on him? According to the indictment, agents have confidential human sources, wiretaps, search warrants for social media, iCloud, Google accounts, financial records from individuals and companies or organizations, toll records showing communications between conspirators, victims, and Big U Enterprise members and associates, cell phone records, records from the city of Los Angeles, interviews from witnesses and victims. Now, essentially, they claim to have a lot on him, especially since the investigation launched in 2021. But here's what else we've learned since the last reporting of this story. So in addition to embezzlement, wire fraud, and all that, Big U was accused of murdering one of his rap artists in a Vegas desert in January of 2021. Now, previously, we only knew the victim as RW because that's what the indictment says. But now we know the victim's name, Rayshawn Williams. Now, prior to him being a rapper, he was a football player for Crenshaw High. The team even posting a remembrance to him on their Instagram page, writing in part, quote, "He was a very special guy to all of us here at Crenshaw. We hope that you pray and continue to pray for the family and hope that everything goes well along with them." But it's how Rayshawn died that's horrifying. Now, according to the indictment, Big U allegedly murdered Rayshawn by shooting him multiple times, then dragging his body into the desert and left him there in a ditch not far from Interstate 15. A witness told investigators Big U was one of the last people seen with Rayshawn before his murder. But why would he kill his own artist? Well, allegedly, Rayshawn recorded a diss track about Big U, even seemingly foreshadowing his own death. Now, the indictment says, quote, RW was dissing Henley, referring to Henley as the bro that makes some money, and that RW may get shot in the face for thinking his lackadaisical use of the studio and general representation of unique music is funny. Now, just 5 days later, after laying that track down, Rayshawn was shot in the face with a revolver that left no shell casings. But it's unclear if Big U heard the lyrics prior to the murder. But according to the internet gossip and rumors that are swirling around, others have suggested other reasons for why Rayshawn was murdered, like Wack 100 alleging Rayshawn and Big U's son were in a relationship and Big U didn't like that. Now, nowhere in the indictment does it claim that happened, but Wack 100 and Big U hate each other, so who knows, it might be Wack trying to get another jab in. But in addition to murder, federal prosecutors allege Big U's enterprise purported control of LA, to the point Big U allegedly required musicians, athletes, and others who wanted to do business in LA, both legitimate and even of the criminal kind, to check in. Now, if you're unfamiliar with checking in, it's pretty much you had to get permission from Big U to travel to LA if you wanted protection. Ironic enough, his podcast is called Checkin' In. He even made note of how to do it in the theme song. When you hop off a plane, check in. Penthouse suite, check in. When your feet hit the street, check in. Because if not, gets hot. You better check in. And checking in isn't just sending a text message to Big U saying, hey, I'm in Los Angeles. You gotta pay him. And he's gotta sign off on it if you want to conduct certain activities. Now, Big U has pretty much been a guest on every hip hop and rap podcast you can imagine, and the feds were watching. Now, they cited in the Hip Hop Uncovered documentary that Big U stated, if you don't pick up the phone, that can mean death for somebody. In the Nothing to Something podcast, he said, you gonna check in. You could choose not to, and it's gonna be a problem. If you choose not to check in, you suffer the consequences. Now, an example they used of the so-called consequences was the attempted murder for hire plot of rapper Quando Rondo, which was allegedly set in motion by rapper Lil Durk. Now, during that shooting, Quando Rondo wasn't killed, but his cousin was gunned down. Then there's the whole defrauding companies, donors, athletes, and celebrities part. Big U is accused of pocketing more than $100,000 in donations to Developing Options, his nonprofit charity. He even received donations from the likes of Draymond Green and Shaq. Now, according to the LA Times, in August of 2019, NBA star Draymond Green donated $20,000 to the nonprofit. Shaq donated the same amount, but the money went into Big U's personal account. So that's a lot, right? And that's just the cliff notes pretty much. Now, I just want to point out here, obviously the feds are accusing Big U of violating RICO, so they allege he didn't do it alone. There were several others also picked up, and by picked up I mean arrested as a part of the alleged criminal enterprise. Now, as for Big U, he claims that he's innocent. On the way to turn himself in, this is what he had to say.
I'm looking at this video as I come in to turn myself in, and I'm disheartened by the fact that they trying to say that I stole something from Developing Option, or I used Developing Option as a front. Developing Option paid my bills. They paid my house note. They paid the bills for my family, the money I made as an employee for Developing Option.
See, he tried to throw in there, I want to say this to y'all, that he tried to throw in there and said, the money that I made from Developing Options. But the first thing he said was Developing Options paid my bills. Y'all understand that, right? That if you have a non-profit organization, you can't just use that money to pay your damn bills. You know, but he tried to switch it up and say the money I made that I was paid. Nah, you knew damn well, and the feds was paying attention to that shit, that you was paying your bills, you was spending it like it was just a job. No. See, that's what these people don't be understanding when they go out there and, you know, they think they being slick by creating a non-profit organization as their job. You have to use that money for the company. You understand what I'm saying? And not take that money and pay your damn self. Not take that money and pay your bills. If you gonna pay yourself, you have to have a documented paycheck. You can't just be taking that money, going to spend that money everywhere like that. And obviously, they said Big U was taking the money and transferring the shit to his bank account. So, you know, They not gonna play when they funding you the money from the city and shit like that. They gonna play dirty when they come back around.
I never mixed that with nothing. I didn't manipulate nobody. I didn't steal nothing. We did PPP loans. We did 2 loans. And that's it, just like everybody else did. I didn't use no fraud. I didn't give none of fake names. And one of them we was paying back and one they forgave. You know what I mean? And the other one we attempted for and they didn't give us nothing for it. I filed my taxes and them coming around telling me I was using developing option as a cover. Cover for what? None of that's gonna be true. None of that's gonna be true. The government putting this big picture, they gonna arrest 21 dudes, some dudes I don't even talk to. I don't even know nothing about. So how the hell you gonna lump me in with all them? But it's all the big picture though. It's all the big picture. Now I'm gonna be sitting in here, it's gonna be years on my life. Then you going to get dudes who I don't even talk to. What they gonna say? You ruining people's lives. I heard this up with 21 people that's been arrested. This shit wrong. It is what it is. Church, just pray for me. Pray for me, pray for my family. And you look at what we did, you look at what I did. I've been home 21 years. It ain't over though. That's what it's not. Blessings. I'm looking at all these charges on the news. I'm headed back to LA. And then I'm looking at the people they arrested. How you gonna go arrest people that I don't even talk to? That's a built-in liar right there. You know what I mean? So, is that how they gonna work the case? Everybody know I don't can him. Everybody know I'm Rick Baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes, them is and put them next to me, them is the dudes you gonna have to call themselves turning against me. Well, ain't no turning against me. I ain't going for that. You might well go get 600 and Wack. These dudes been saying I did all year. So what they doing is they go on the internet and these dudes say that I did shit on the internet. Then when you say I did on the internet, they go investigate it. Now you raiding my houses, raiding my shops, raiding all this stuff. And talking about I'm committing crimes and covering up with developing option. What crimes am I committing to cover up with developing option? You know what I'm saying? I ain't committed no crimes and covered nothing up with developing option. It's crazy. But this how they get you.
SBGB-TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
East Coast, bro.
What's going on, LJ?
Nah, I'm mad at you, bro. You my dog.
Talk to me.
I mean, y'all just put me on timeout. All I said was, Wack did that, free Big U. I only say that in the sense of, as a man, bro, let them people catch that man. Now, everything we read in that indictment, I computer savvy. That's why the other person that came, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, that said your people should do a contest and do that. But that's what you got moderators for, though. You know what I mean? I don't know what y'all negotiate, whatever. They ain't nobody, but you know what I mean? But get all of that. Because I never liked the Wack bull. I'm just not a computer savvy bull. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to, like, put the joints and, you know what I'm saying? But
Okay.
I know, like, from the beginning, like, I remember when he first came to Adam. A lot of people don't know why he came to Adam. He was on Clubhouse. Adam was getting threatened with the things with the little girls and all the stuff from his Twitter and all that, and he in hot fire. He's still in hot fire from to today. Adam in that right now to today. If you go on Twitter in certain spots of him saying he loved little girls do it best and all this, and that's not no secret. It's not no secret. It's out there. You know what I mean? But Wack came to him trying to befriend him for that. And not only when Wack came there after that, he tried to figure his way in there. So he got rid of all them other guys. That's when they went to Figueroa. Wack was coming over there, getting Adam air, getting Adam away from them dudes, just so he can get that Adam and Wack show. Why you think if you notice, if you watch certain drones, Wack be like, oh, I got somebody that can come in. And Adam be like, oh, I thought of somebody. He's like, no. I'll find somebody. Adam be like, no, I think this person. Like anybody with a brain can see, Adam don't believe, boy. Don't believe, boy.
Okay.
That's a fact, though. Adam don't believe, boy. These. You know what I'm saying? But then y'all put me in the drink when I said something about Free Big U. I honestly mean that only for the sake of his family. Because I'm not saying he right. I'm not saying Big U wrong. I'm not saying none of that. But it wasn't Wack's place to do that. So for the sake of that and his family, free that man. Give him a fair shot. Because everything that's in them documents, if I was the, all right, RM, you my guy, you know, this LJ, bro. Please find a way to go find them Jones, or some of y'all send me a text mail number or something, and I'll send y'all the clips, you know what I mean? I just don't know how to chop them up. I would send them to y'all. I've been seeing this for 3 years ago, watching him go at dude. That's when I first started watching him, when he first started going at him with the Nipsey joint. I'm like, this boy's goofy from back there. I'm just not computer savvy at chopping up.
You talking about
like
Wack or Big U?
Wack.
Okay.
I'm saying, but Big U, on the other hand, he ain't deserve that from dude, though. I'm not saying he don't deserve it at all. But at the end of the day, Wack, all what you did, whether Big U right or wrong. You know how many football games the league stopped in their community today right now because of that? You know how many kids losing dreams right now because of that? What he did on his off time, let the cops do that, Wack.
But you do know, LJ, that 5 days or 4 days before the feds picked him up, the feds made an extortion payment to Big U through the victim one. You know that, right?
All right, and I'm gonna tell you something you pointed out to me. How about that?
Okay.
You want to say that? Can we talk about that real quick?
Go ahead.
Because you pointed it out to me indirectly by playing it.
Okay.
If you replayed Luce talking to victim one, it sounded like somebody coached Luce to tell victim one who sent him there. Because if you listen to victim one, he told Luce, I didn't even know all that. He's like, oh, Big Dog sent me. It sounded like Wack probably was the one whacking that nigga for that bread and then sent main man over there to say, yeah, Luce, I'm a three-way y'all. Now his phone hot all of a sudden. Yeah, his phone hot. It's hot. I just found out. Nigga, you knew it was hot. Not only you knew it was hot, you was the one robbing him and sending him Luce over there. So what you did was you coached Luce to get on that phone and say Big U was the nigga that sent him over there. That's why Luce was so, whatever that word is, trying to make it, you know the word, he was so pressed, basically, to say, Big U sent me there. Big U, you know that. Big U, you know Big U sent me there. Big U, they know. And you drilled that in my head when you kept playing it. I'm like, oh, dude didn't even know Big U sent dude there. He told him that. You played it multiple times, baby. And I'm like, damn, Big U, dude didn't know that. Luke drilling it in his head that it was Big U. He didn't know it was Big U.
All right. Well, you know, I appreciate you
Because
calling me.
I learned it from you. Replay it again, bro. If you really listen, he was drilling it in dude's head. That Big U sent them. Dude was like, I ain't know all. Man, you the one drilled it in my head. Replay it tonight when you get the chance, man. And you know what I mean?
All right, and I
Take
appreciate
me
you.
off timeout, man.
I appreciate you. You only got a 5-minute timeout.
No, take me off. All right, bro. All love, man.
All right. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Yeah.
They get one or two people to say something. Ain't gonna be no real evidence. Ain't gonna be no real nothing. It's gonna be a repeat of thug. It's gonna be a bunch of people in jail for a bunch of different crimes that don't have nothing to do with me. They finna lump all of us up and say it's all around the 60s. Watch this. We just seen it with thug. I'm finna experience the same thing out here. I knew it was coming. Now they on there saying all this stuff to assassinate my character. All right, man, just pray for me. And again, they can do any one of us. It ain't nobody safe with these dudes. If these dudes feel they want you, how they going around talking about somebody's gonna raid my house before my house get raided? How they there with the police? And y'all sitting there following them. Everybody that's a part of them shows, and 100 shows and all them shows, and y'all need to, everybody who following them, promoting them, anything. Y'all wrong. Y'all ain't black. And y'all show ain't for our people. They can put charges against anybody. So this is gonna probably be my last video. I'm gonna go turn myself in to see what's going on. They talking about I'm a fugitive. So they just raided all my houses. 600 was actually with the police when they raided my house. And he's actually got video and footage of it. So y'all know what y'all dealing with. And I just want to say this to y'all. When they raided my houses and my property, they was asking about Wack. Wack, Luce Cannon, 600, and this internet stuff. All of y'all filed. All y'all who be sending shit around the internet, all y'all who be promoting and listening to what these niggas saying, all y'all giving these likes and hidden likes, all y'all supporting this. All y'all guilty of this. If you had something against a black man, you should handle it with a black man in the streets.
That's the worst thing you can say when getting picked up for a RICO. If you got a problem with a black man, handle it in the street. They're going to use this here in court. And we all know that this video here got him extra charges of him doing this content before he went to jail. And we make the community look fucked up when we do things like this. You talking about deal with it in the streets. That's not the law of the land. You know, it's a process, right? And if you saying deal with it in the street, so you saying only the urban community is handling shit this way, and you know, that make you look bad, man. Straight up. And you know, I think that was a bad decision on Big U to do that.
Wack said 100 times he was gonna take my contracts. He working with the FBI. The FBI went to the city 3 days in a row and told the city they didn't want nobody to give me no more money. They went to all the different celebrities and told all the different celebrities, don't give me no money, don't help me, don't do nothing for me. They going around scaring and intimidating everybody. But y'all sitting it around getting people in trouble. Like y'all don't understand what the FBI do to black men who try to help their community.
All right,
nothing but a help to our community. But I guess it is what it is. This the price of being black and trying to help somebody, trying to help your community and do what you can. You just guilty because somebody else don't like you and they go on the internet and do what they want to and y'all gonna promote it. It's crazy. But I'm going to go turn myself in though. Cause I ain't did nothing. This fact is, man, they done went to my house, kicked my houses in, bust my doors down, bust my windows. They calling my son at his football practice, threatening him. You know what I mean? These dudes tagging him. What kind of shit is this? But y'all gonna be rolling with these dudes. And I got this last thing to say. Wack said he was gonna destroy developing option, right? So who gonna replace developing option? Which one of you 60s gonna call yourself coming in? Because whoever try to come in, y'all the ones that's working with Wack. Believe that. So remove me to get me out the way for somebody else to come in who gonna cooperate. That's what the play is. That's what the whole play is. I'm out. I'm gonna send y'all videos to put up all of it until they lock me up.
Now, I gotta say this, right? See, we all go through things in our life. Everybody has a past. But you gotta choose a side. And I gotta be real. Big U was playing both sides of the field. You know? Yeah, he had something going for the kids, but at the same time, he's being accused for doing something to one of the kids that became an adult for whatever reason that was. And then right before he got arrested, they made a extortion payment from the feds to Big U, right? And a lot of people inside of Big U's community said he was running pressure, man. They said he was running pressure, doing stuff to all kinds of people, putting pressure on the food carts, putting pressure on different businesses. And these are the people that's inside of his community. So, you know, I'm not from that community. And if people that live in that area say that this is what he was doing, I can't act like that wasn't happening. I'm just being real. The people that live in that community say Big U was terrorizing shit. Big U said, I'm the only dude that's still knocking jokers off. Y'all soft. So we gotta really pay attention to it. And I know some people might look at, you know, maybe because, you know, Big U is Muslim and, you know, some people don't want to look at the real. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not biased over here. That's one thing y'all gonna know about DZ. I am not biased. I'm not favoring one side because I might like the person, but if the community is saying this shit, I gotta look at it for what it is. And these is people that called in from out there, people that live in the heart, and they like, man, I'm glad they got his ass up out of here. Even though Wack 100 did it the snakish way, but the people in the community, they like, man, we glad they got his ass up out of here, straight up. So, you know, we gotta call it how we see it, man. You know, it is what it is, man. You can't play both sides of the field, and I'm being honest, and think that you gonna win in life. Hell no. Everybody has a past. Some people come through certain situations and they change their lives and they like, man, I ain't with that shit. You know, I'm one of those guys. I come from the streets. I've had a lot of different experiences in the street, and I don't want nothing to do with no street shit. I want to live the remainder of my life just reminiscing on shit that I did and being a better person and enlightening the people. Big U 58, man. This nigga was still doing shit that he should have been gave the fuck up on. I gotta be real. Ain't no way you should have been still holding on to that character of Debo, right? And we all know that the motherfucking movie Friday came out in the damn 90s. You feel what I'm saying? So you were supposed to let that shit go. You hear me? Friday came out 30 years ago. You were supposed to let that go, man. If we being real.
And we'll see how this plays out, as new reports suggest he could face trial as early as next month. Let's bring on trial attorney Adante Pointer to get his take on what Big U's trial could look like. Adante, thank you so much for joining me today. Now, before we get into the trial aspect of everything, what's actually your reaction to Big U's 107-page indictment? In it, there's so many allegations like violation of RICO Act, allegations of embezzling, allegations of murder, and that federal authorities actually date back some of these alleged crimes as early as 2021.
Yes. This is a very much a sprawling indictment that has ensnared not only Big U, but it implicates a lot of different people, because the government essentially laid out their case to say this was not a single individual, although he was the head or the mastermind, if you leave it to what the government has put together, of this criminal enterprise. And in order for it to be an enterprise, that means there are other people involved. And so this is a net that has ensnared more than just Big U, but it's also implications for a lot of other people on a far-ranging list of crimes. And this is something that was pretty shocking to read. It almost read as if it was a fiction novel. But from the government's position, this is fact, not fiction.
Oh yeah, and it does feel like it's a movie script just kind of playing out. And it's interesting too because
And y'all know I like to be raw and authentic, man. I remember, being honest, in my younger days that I wasn't so open-minded to see wrong in somebody that I might have fucked with, or somebody that I thought that was something that people might have looked up to, and I might have not looked at them like they didn't do no wrong. But as I matured and I've got older, I call things how they are, and I gotta be honest, right? I'm not trying to shadow shit that I know is fucked up and I'm trying to hide it, when I see it in plain view, just because that person was done wrong. I gotta call it how I see it. Wack did some foul shit on how he went about doing it, but Big U should have left that shit alone. And that's some real shit. And as I be on the internet, the people that rock with SBGB TV, y'all gonna see, we not biased about that. We are not going to be biased about that. We are going to call all that shit out. I don't care who it is. Straight up. If you think that you gonna, commit criminal activity and then act like you helping over here, come on, man. We got to put the criminal shit in the past. It's the time to mature and grow up. Big U had an opportunity not to ever do anything criminal. If them people was giving your organization, your foundation, your non-profit $500 and something thousand a year, you had ample enough opportunity to change, but you didn't want to. You understand what I'm saying? So I gotta call it how I see it. And you was telling people that they gotta check in. You did a podcast saying check in. I can't support that shit. I'm being real. I can't support it. I'm not supporting you only making your people check in, running pressure. Then they got you on wiretap talking about putting the pressure on the promoter and telling them that you gonna, get the dude in there, and y'all took him for 30 bands, and that shit is corny. That shit is corny, man. I ain't supporting that. I'm calling all that shit out. I don't fuck with Wack. I ain't fucking with Big U. I'm not fucking with any of these dudes that's putting this fake ass image on, acting as if they're helping the community, but they're destroying the motherfucker more than they're helping. You can't tell me because Big U had a little league football team that shit was more beneficial than him running around robbing jokers, having people scared to come outside that's adults, and then somebody that you raised in your house, they're accusing you of doing something to him because you got upset. Honestly, that's a monster. So, and I had one guy call in from Cali, right? This was one day that the live was twitching, y'all. And I went back and listened to it. The call was on the live, but a lot of y'all that was in the live said y'all couldn't hear the call. But the call was in the live, and you can hear the tone of this dude's voice, right? The live messed up on everybody. The dude called in and said, "Hey, bro, I just want to tell you, bro. He said, man, I'm from out here. And he was real short with it and solid. He said, yo, I wanted to tell you, bro. And you can hear the tone of bro voice. He said, yo, bro, I just want to tell you, bro, you doing your thing. Big U. He said, Wack 100 was scared of Big U. And Big U was a real live monster. Be careful, brother. I said, okay, thank you. And that's all he said and hung up. You hear me? So somebody that's out there saying some shit like that, I'm not supporting none of that shit. I'm being real. I come to the internet as a changed man and to deliver a different message to the people. I ain't supporting no shit like that. I don't want to be around nobody that I'm thinking it's all divey in and then they turn around because they upset about some shit and snake me. Nah, I ain't with that. So we calling it out. And I gotta be honest, right? We make mistakes, right? But this shit here that they charging Big U with is beyond a mistake. This is a pattern of behavior that he's been doing for years. Straight up. This is a pattern of behavior that Big U was doing for years. And he got comfortable and stuck in his ways. It was an addiction. Luce Cannon said he was doing this shit for Big U. And the feds was making extortion payments. So, you know, we not going to act like Big U was a saint because he used the front for the kids, man. We can't do that, man. I got to be honest with that, man. Facts.
The persona Big U kind of portrayed was that of a, you know, a former OG that's now a community activist. He wants to do good for the community. And while we can say two things can be true at once, right? Like maybe he was doing good for the community, but if you believe what the federal authorities are alleging, especially in this indictment, you know, he was running pretty much essentially a mafia-like enterprise. They even said that in the indictment. What's your reaction to kind of what feels like a double life he was living?
Well, you know, you mentioned that two things can be right. And so he could have.
Somebody said Big U never said I wouldn't do nothing to no kids. He skipped over that topic in his lives. Hey, yo, that was a great point. That was a great point now. You addressed the things about developing options, saying that you spent the money only on, you know, your bills, but you didn't address that. You understand what I'm saying? And he knows that them people came to his house several times trying to serve him a subpoena. So yeah, that's a good valid point there. That's a good valid point. You know, honestly, that's something that a brother would have said first before saying I didn't misuse developing options and that money. You more concerned about that than these people saying you did something to a kid that you supposedly raised in your house. Like, yeah. So, you know, it's like we not covering for jokers over here. That's one thing we not going to do over here. I ain't supporting the street mentality, man. I'm grown now. You hear me? I ain't even going to lie. I'm grown. It was one point in time that, you know, I lived by that shit, right? But I'm grown. I'm matured, and I understand that it's a straight failure mission. So I ain't standing behind none of that shit. You know, change your life, man. We all got the ability to change. That's the thing. Everybody has opportunity to go in a better direction, and we all make mistakes. We all human. But goddamn, when you get to damn near 50 and you doing the same shit, we can't keep saying free you when you doing the same shit. Straight up. And I gotta be real with that. You know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. The energy you put out definitely always comes back in return. And you know, most of the time when jokers put that kind of energy out there, they don't want that energy in return. And when it comes back tenfold.
Have also been engaged in things that were positive, if you will, for the community in terms of helping a community that's very disadvantaged and hasn't received the same economic opportunities. Nevertheless, you have to counterbalance that with these allegations right now that show that he was involved in not just trafficking and extorting people, but also they say that he personally committed a murder. So, you know, those are very stark contrasts and contradictions of a person. And I'm sure the community knows him one way or maybe both ways. That's what's going to be pretty riveting, is to see if this case makes it to trial and or more information that comes out as relates to where the government got their information from. We may see two contradictions of a man on full display, or we may see that this is really the monster as he's been portrayed, or as Big U has tried to portray himself, a victim of government overreach.
And what are your thoughts on Big U kind of declaring his innocence? Now, before he had turned himself in to federal authorities, initially people thought he was going to make a run for it, but he turned himself in. We know that, and he's been in custody for weeks at this point. But in terms of just what federal authorities have on him, but Big U's kind of declaring that, to your point, this is overreach. What's your reaction to that?
Well, you know, when you're up against a federal indictment and one of the cornerstones and the bedrocks of our democracy is innocent until proven guilty, I think that he played it the way that you could, which is he's saying, hey, I didn't do all of these things that you're claiming. I'm not this monster that you're portraying me to be. And I'm looking forward essentially to defending myself against these allegations. That in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean that I didn't do anything that's being alleged, or that I wasn't some part or piece of the entire mosaic or picture that they're painting. He's just simply saying, look, I didn't do all that you said I did. This isn't the way it went down, and I look forward to saying my piece, and you're targeting me. And that same allegation rings very similar to what we had with our current president, who was the target, if you will, of federal activity in the courts and prosecutors. And he wound up his way in the White House in the Oval Office.
Yeah, that is very correct. As far as the allegations in Big U's indictment, when it comes to wire fraud allegations, embezzlement, making fraudulent applications for COVID-19 relief loans, and then you have that on top of some of the more kind of heinous allegations too, that being murder, allegations of robbery, kidnapping, all of that sort. Why do you think that they're all kind of stacked together in this massive indictment, as opposed to, for example, the murder happened back in 2021? Why do you think that wasn't taken up as a separate matter, and then possibly the financial stuff taken up in another matter? Why do you think it's all together? It's so that way federal authorities can kind of get a slam dunk and a win, or what are your thoughts on that?
Typically, when you see the federal authorities or any prosecutor kind of lumped together an assortment of crimes that range over an extended period of time, what they're looking at is the cumulative effect of the weight. When Big U were to step into a trial and or try to negotiate a plea bargain on this case, the prosecutor has 5, 10, 15 different criminal acts and violations to choose from to kind of to put him in a rock and a hard place, so to speak. And so what you see is they pile on, is the term that the criminal defense attorneys use. We say, you've piled on all these charges in order to make it that much more difficult for my client to fight for his freedom, and or if we were to go to trial, you paint such a negative picture by claiming all these different things. A jury is more likely to think, well, maybe not all of these things are true, but one of these things are true. And we might not agree on the most severe crime, but we can make a compromised verdict in terms of a jury agreeing on a charge or a conviction on something that's a little bit less serious, but yet carries devastating consequences in terms of prison time.
Yeah, because he's facing life in prison, and not even just life in prison, a statutory max sentence of life in prison. What are your thoughts on whether or not this could be a possibility for him, especially given that, you know, he had previously served time for a completely different separate matter, but in terms of just the punishment that he's facing, it is a lot of time, but what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, federal charges and convictions come with heavy penalties. That's why the weight of the federal government, when it's leaning on you as the criminal defendant, or if you're the criminal defense attorney, is punishing. Because especially for people who have prior convictions, you have the risk of being declared a career criminal, which in and of itself invokes a mandatory minimum of decades of time. And that's how the federal system works. It's a point system as it relates for how a punishment could be meted out. So when he has all these different variety of crimes, you add that to his prior convictions, and you're looking at a staggering amount of time as it relates to prison exposure. And that's why many people plead, because you're up against a very difficult decision. Do I risk what might be hundreds of years in prison, or do I take 10, 15, 20 years, which is still an amazing amount of time, but you still have an opportunity to come home and restart your life, versus 300 years, which is essentially a death sentence.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of surprised that given this overwhelming amount of evidence, it seems like from federal prosecutors and from authorities, that I was a little surprised that Big U pleaded not guilty. Now, again, he maintains his innocence in all of this, but as in terms of him not going through with the plea, in this case now going to trial, what's your reaction? What do you think it could look like?
Well, he's going to have an amount of time to review the federal government's evidence against him and try to challenge it, and then mount his own defense. At some point in time, as you mentioned, he will have to make the decision. Am I going to try to make a deal or accept an offer, or will I have to go to trial? Those are going to be heavy concerns and considerations for him to think through, because as we discussed, he's looking at an inordinate amount of time, and the federal government will give you that time. There's no question. So this will be a very difficult decision. And I think primarily it'll weigh upon the witnesses coming to court and cooperating. But that's actually a very common tactic of the federal government, is when you're facing a federal prosecution, oftentimes they already have the witnesses against you in the bag, so to speak, and they're cooperating, and they have sentences, and they have statements and interviews and recorded evidence. So oftentimes when you see a federal indictment, the federal government has already done the research, they've already done their homework. But that doesn't mean people do not beat these charges. That certainly can happen. So it's to be determined, as they say.
And as far as the murder allegation, he's accused of murdering a rapper that was signed to his label, and the Fed.
Well, we all know that percentage is super light. 2 to 4% that you gonna beat it, and they don't rush. They'll let you still operate until they know they got it solid. They got wiretaps going back on Big U for years. So, and with the state, they feel like they got a case, they just coming. The government sits back and makes sure that they got a preponderance of evidence. They want to make sure that if you get this beat, you can't beat this. So them making payments themselves for extortion payments, that right there, I don't see him beating that part. You understand what I'm saying? Him spending the money the way he did, I don't know if he's gonna be able to beat that. And I told y'all this yesterday, that, when you go to trial and you have a jury trial, it's who can convince the jury that they're right. And most of the time, well, I'm going to say damn near 98% of the time, when the government's bringing a case against you, they're going to be very convincing. And we got to look at it like this. What is Big U going to say against the federal government making payments for extortions? What is he going to say against, to a jury now, of victim one testifying that he was extorted, his dispensary was robbed, Luce Cannon did it, and he's identifying the people that did these things to him. Luce Cannon bragged about the shit, and he's implicating Big U as doing it. So they're going to use Luce Cannon's statement, victim one's statement for that. I'm breaking this down so that y'all can understand this. And you know, when people say that he can beat it, it's like, I've been to trial before, and you have to have a certain avenue to beat some shit when they got some evidence. Like, you really gotta put an avenue down. And when you got witnesses identifying that you did something to them, that's hard, man. I'm like, it's real hard when you got witnesses saying you directly yourself did this, and you had somebody do this, and I came back to your house, and they was counting the money when I got there. That is real hard. From the government making the payments, then they going to, so now listen to that. I'm gonna say those three things right there. You know, these are three things that Big U is charged with, and I'm gonna break both of them down to talk to y'all, to the people. We had this conversation. How is Big U supposed to beat this when he has the government, the star witness, saying that he was robbed, he was extorted, and Luce Cannon and another guy, Robinson, he identified, I guess, them as being there, and you know, they came back to the house. He's identifying all this shit, and they got Luce Cannon corroborating the story. That's one thing, right? Then they got the government making a whole bunch of payments with their money, video surveillance, audio, phone conversations of Big U getting extortion payments. That's another one. Then they have bank records of Big U taking the money from the donations for the from the basketball and the NBA sports players and entertainers who donated their money to developing options. They have that transferring the money to his personal bank account and using it for personal use. I mean, we got to be realistic out here on this side, right? And, you know, I like to be real, and I like to be raw, and I like to call it how we see it. How is he going to beat these things? And that's three things that I named. And by me stating these things to you, it's like, no way, how can he beat it, right? You understand what I'm saying? How? You know? And I gotta say this, right? You understand that if you go out and rob a drug dealer, I want people to understand this, because I know some people don't understand this. If you go outside, right, and you grab a strap and you go outside and you see some drug dealers on the corner and you rob those drug dealers, you still can be charged with armed robbery. I want people to understand this now. You got to have your mind open and understand, you know, what's going on in the world. If you go outside and rob drug dealers, if you a person that say, I'm only robbing the drug dealers and I'm not robbing any stores and this, that, and the third. If you rob them at strap point with the strap to their head, you will get armed robbery. It doesn't matter if they're a drug dealer. If they make a complaint and say, you robbed me with a strap, you will be charged accordingly. So you got to understand this. I know some people don't understand the law and they, you know, don't know why, but I'm just straight to tell you the facts. They will charge you with a robbery for that. You know, the judge might have some leniency on you, because you robbed a drug dealer, right? But you got to understand that's still a robbery charge, and they will still give it to you. So understanding certain things is definitely a plus, you know, and that's why I break it down to people, because I know some people be confused. You know, they want to say, you know, Dale this and Dale that. Dale went to them people. He was being extorted, and he went and got the payments continuously, you know, made the payments, but the people started using their money to make the payment. Straight up. The people said, okay, he's extorting you. All right, well, I'm going to get you to make these payments. We going to motherfucking tap the phone. We going to have a recorder. We going to do all this. And this is the thing about the game. And I want people to understand this shit, right? People think that because somebody's doing dirt this way, even though they might not be harming anyone, that the people that want to harm them because they're doing dirt, it's okay because it's in the street. It's okay until the person wants to go to the police. I got to tell you that. It's all good until they want to go to the police. When they go to the police, it's the same shit as you was doing it to a store. You know? Yeah. Yeah, y'all. So that's facts.
It's pretty much alleged that he did this because this rapper, who we now know to be Rashawn Williams, recorded a diss track about Big U. Now, it's unclear whether or not Big U actually heard these lyrics prior to the shooting, but in terms of just the murder, the murder allegation, what are your thoughts on this, especially given kind of the close nature that Big U allegedly had with the victim?
Once again, you know, to read that allegation and to hear that he murdered a rapper that worked for him, that was on his recording label, that he actually was supposed to be looking out for and kind of shepherding through the entertainment industry, shot him allegedly in the face and left him for dead on the side of a highway, all because this rapper made a diss track or disrespected him in a song. You know, those are very shocking allegations and, you know, heinous if proved true. And, you know, it's something that you'd hate to hear happen to anyone. But over something as petty as a diss track is something that's just unimaginable to think about, the depravity of a person to do such a thing. So it's definitely a jaw-dropping headline. The question is it true? And what is the evidence to back it up? And so that remains to be seen.
Yeah, and in terms of even just that, you also have this kind of other aspect to the entire case, and that's Big U's kind of way of raining this power down on LA, and that's in the form of checking in. Something that really federal authorities kind of laid out how Big U kind of operates that in terms of just even having professional athletes, musicians, other people who wanted to come down to LA pretty much make a form of payment to make sure that they were protected essentially by Big U, so that way consequences wouldn't happen. And the feds even kind of point out what the consequences are, that being the shooting or the attempted murder of rapper Quando Rondo, and that kind of has to deal with the Little Dirt case. But in terms of just the whole checking in aspect to this case and just even the power that Big U exuded, because they got the whole check-in thing, you know, and I could just kind of ramble on about this, but they got the whole check-in thing because Big U always talked about it on podcasts and documentaries. He was very vocal, and it seems like the feds were watching this entire time. But in terms of just one, the evidence that the federal authorities have as far as the podcasts, the documentaries that he had done, but in addition to Big U saying these kind of words out of his own mouth, how bad does that look for the defense come trial?
Well, when you are facing criminal charges and some of the key items or pieces of evidence are words you yourself have uttered out of your mouth, they're very hard to walk back. They're very hard to dodge the implications of those. And so many of these rappers and, you know, people in the entertainment industry have gotten very fond of getting on social media and on podcasts and telling stories, or, you know, recording themselves in the midst of whatever they're doing, essentially admitting to what they're doing and describing what they're doing, which to me is essentially saying, hey, raising your hand and saying, hey, I'm ready to go to jail, or I'm ready to go to prison, take me in. And so unfortunately, you know, for Big U, they're citing a lot of these different interviews or internet posts where he's talking about checking in. I do note that, and keep in mind, I imagine a part of his defense, I would think, is going to say, look, given where people want to film these videos or they want to come and do their marketing or their advertisements and shoot these videos, these are in dangerous parts of LA. And the police are not here protecting people. The police come after a crime takes place. Many people in these communities say the police come to pick up the shells or to pick up the bodies. They're not there before the shooting takes place or the protection before, the carnage happens. And so Big U's like, hey, I'm providing a service. These rappers, these entertainers want to come to these dangerous neighborhoods and take pictures and take videos. I'm actually there making sure that bad things don't happen. I'm providing order that the police are not providing. Now, that's very much like the Godfather Don Corleone-esque. So I don't know how to actually play in a courtroom, but I think many people in the community and in the industry understood it. Unless he was actively going after people saying, hey, if you didn't check in, now I have to come and rob you. And that is a part.
Now, that's what it sounds like Big U was doing. If you didn't check in, I'm gonna take your shit. So we got to think about that right there. If you didn't check in, this is what's going to happen to you. Big U said, if you don't check in, we're going to check you in. So, man. I think once you mature, you keep yourself away from people, places, and things. We all have a past and we all been through things. But damn, when is it time to mature? When is it time to elevate? And when you know better, you do better. That's bottom line.
Part of the allegations in the federal indictment is that it wasn't just he was providing protection in places and in ways that the police were unable to. It was that the allegation is that if he understood that a celebrity was coming to LA and they did not check in, did not pay the tax, if you will, for his protection, then he would actively send people after them in order to rob them, in order to further cement his reputation as the boss, if you will, in these neighborhoods.
And it's interesting too, because, given street code, right? Not that I'm too familiar with it, but from my understanding of it, it just seems like there is just kind of this code of honor in a way. That is just kind of the way that the streets run. And even in terms of Big U talking about checking in, he says, even when he leaves LA, he makes it a point to check in if he's going to Chicago, if he's going to Atlanta. So it seems like there's kind of this, if you do this for me, I do this for you type of code of honor in a way for this in the streets. But in terms of just leaving the street life, because sometimes when you're caught too in deep, it seems like there's no way of getting out, and then this type of thing happens. But in terms of just, the OG's not leaving the street life. We're in 2025 now. A lot of things have changed in terms of, people are more vocal on podcasts or more vocal on social media, just about things that they may not realize could be coming off very criminal, but they're still talking about it, not realizing that other people are watching. But in terms of just the street life bleeding into criminal activity that just keeps going and going and going, what are your thoughts about that overall?
Yeah, he certainly has a past that's been discussed, had some convictions, known to be a power player or the boss within his circle and within his circle of influence there in Los Angeles. And yes, people do check in when they go into different parts of our country. Now, is it a check-in to say, hey, I'm here, look out for me, tell me the best restaurants, tell me the best places to hang out, tell me the places to avoid? That's a certain type of check-in. And those are the type of things that many of us might do if we're going to a place that we're not familiar with, and we have people who are familiar with that place in our circle. The problem that people run into is when you provide those type of recommendations or services, A, for money, and B, under pain of being robbed or beaten or killed. Okay, that's called extortion. That's different than merely checking a Yelp review. All right, and so that's what the federal government is talking about here. I do once again understand and appreciate the idea that these people often are high net worth individuals. They live a flashy lifestyle. They're going into areas where, you know, violence and crime definitely takes place. The police don't appear to be able to maintain that order. And there's something to be said about communities being organized in a way to where someone outside of the system who may not be able to, the system in areas that the system may not be able to reach, is able to maintain some sense of order and decorum about how things are going to take place in these communities. And so that may be the role Big U played. And if that's the case, then we also understand from just watching politics and just our everyday things is that when the person who is maintaining that order is removed, there is a power struggle at times, and there's a power vacuum, and then people are competing to fill that void. And oftentimes that leads to even more violence than the authorities think that they were trying to stem or quell. Instead, it incites violence and aggressive activity. And so that also remains to be seen.
There have been some reports that have been suggesting that the trial could start as early as next month, which to me sounds just completely insane. But do you think that's actually plausible given just how extensive this case really is? Do you see it even going on trial next month or getting pushed back, especially now that he's in custody?
I was a bit surprised to say this case is scheduled for trial in such a short window of time. However, I also understand that as a defense attorney and as a defense strategy, sometimes you want to push the government or the prosecutor to trial quickly because you do not believe that they have all their ducks in a row and will be able to essentially be organized, be prepared, and ready to bring all the witnesses and the evidence to bear at trial against you. So that's also sometimes a tactic. At the same time, generally speaking, time is in the defendant's favor if they allow time to kind of run out and allow time to extend out, because witnesses' memories fade, bad things happens to people, you know, are not easily found, and a case can fall apart over time. And so it's usually that's to the defendant's benefit to allow the time to kind of run out and not ask or push for a quick trial. But just because the trial is scheduled for within a month's time or so does not mean it will go at that time. Oftentimes trials are delayed, they're continued to later dates for reasons on both sides of the aisle. Sometimes the prosecutor needs more time, other times the defense needs more time, or even the court. So I wouldn't bet on trial proceeding in a month or so. However, it could happen at some later point in time if neither the defendant and the prosecutors can agree on some type of deal.
And how much of a hurdle do you think the defense is looking at, even though the prosecution has the burden of proof, but in terms of just what they have versus the defense, do you think they're really looking at an uphill battle here?
Well, you know, assessing how difficult of a row it is for the prosecution to hoe is only going to be able to really be assessed once you see the evidence behind the allegations, you know, and whether or not people who provided evidence to the federal government are actually going to come to court and say the same things. You know, people oftentimes, and we've seen this in Young Thug's case down in Atlanta, where who the prosecutors thought were a star witness, that person came to court and made a mockery of the entire process, to where Young Thug, who was facing hundreds of years of time, you know, at minimum decades of time in prison, he's at home on his couch on probation. So, you know, these are different, the outcomes are not certain, nor is conviction fixed. Things can happen, and, you know, we have to wait with bated breath to see how this all plays out.
Right, because I remember very clearly when everything, and I'm pretty sure I know which witness you're talking about, where it just kind of felt like we were in the longest trial ever. It just all went from downhill. So you really never know when it comes to trials what the outcome could actually be. Adante Pointer, I want to thank you so much for your insight into this case. I really appreciate your time. If you had a crystal ball, what do you think Big U is looking at in terms of a conviction? Do you see a jury saying not guilty? Do you see a jury saying guilty on all counts? If you had possibly a crystal ball, what do you think we're looking at?
Well, I don't see a guilty on all counts. Oftentimes these charges, you know, they vary in terms of their strength. What I can see, though, is given how the federal government works and the system and the weight and the awe, if you will, of when you read that, when you read the criminal complaint or the indictment and it says the United States government versus one individual, it really does mean that. So convictions are done at a very high rate in federal criminal cases. So I could see a conviction. The question that I can't kind of make out And the answer that I can't make out of my crystal ball is which conviction he'll go down on.
I guess it'll.
Yeah. Big U should have definitely made a whole change. He should have did a 360, man. Put in position, you know, like, I gotta be honest, man. Like, when you are planning to change, you have to let go of all the old bad habits. You just gotta go cold turkey. That's the only way to do it. You have to go cold turkey from the old habits. If you still play with those old habits and then you start, you know, lying to yourself, saying, well, I'm only doing this. Listen, things happen. You know, you gotta let go your old habits, man. That's the bottom line. And Big U, he should have let go his damn old habits, man. He should have just kicked the old habits and moved forward. You was in position. Shit got real. Let me see what my guy RM sent me. Hold up. Yeah. Let me see. Hold up.
That's kind of like the realization I have.
Hold up, man.
That's kind of like the realization I have with someone like you, is that if you want to be like a hip hop influencer, commentator, etc. these days and really build it from the ground up, there's only so many spots, right? So you have like different, you have somebody like me doing interviews, you have Vlad doing interviews, you have somebody like Academics who does news. It kind of becomes like, okay, what spots are available? You got Trap Lord Ross, he's doing these super deep dive investigative videos.
Appreciate the super chat, Vic.
But one thing that he won't do is he won't actually get up in the middle of the business. He only talks about the business. Right. He's not talking to anybody in the hood or whatever. I've said that to him before. I'm like, if you really want to do the craziest video ever, you need to like actually find people that are willing to tell you everything behind the scenes and work on like confirming them through having multiple accounts, etc. He doesn't want to do all that. It feels like that's kind of like your lane. It's like, no, I'm gonna be messy as I'm gonna get right in the middle of this. I'm gonna be in the courtroom. I'm gonna obstruct justice. I'm gonna talk to the cops on TV or the news or whatever.
Smooth.
You gotta talk about that.
Nice transition.
We gotta talk about that.
So did you see the actual paperwork on that?
I saw you being a leaky faucet on the news.
All right, so
getting your gunner on. I thought maybe for a second you were ready to join YSL. I don't know.
You know, Slatty.
But you know me. I don't judge on these sort of things. I just said,
so let's find out. Let's get into that. First off, and I'm gonna do something that people ain't gonna like. At least Wack kept it true.
Okay.
I see what you did with Wack and Shark. I'm like, damn man, what the Adam doing? But I get it. This content.
What do you mean? What did I say to Wack?
So you said he Nash snitching on the news, and I'm like, bro, what the what are you talking about?
I gotta lay it out the way that the people saw it in order to analyze it.
Man, you better go to no jumper and put Adam in a goddamn headline. I'm like, at first I'm like, God damn, but I'm like, nah, it's content. I'm content, so it is what it is. But the LeBall dude, I don't know what is his name? The LeBall dude.
Was it somebody with Wack?
Yeah, with Wack. He was just dogging.
Was it Beast?
Yeah.
Beast.
He was over there dissing the shit out of me. First off,
oh shit.
You can Google this. Orange 15th in Sacramento is a bunch of bars. I was there to meet bitches. The news reporter is my homie. I can show you on on Facebook a couple of news reporter homies. So let's get to it. What was said versus what actually was in the goddamn report. When he say, no, what do you say? Say, you heard the conversation. I say, yeah, it's real static. And his homie say, not even a part of this S. Well, in the actual paperwork, there was never an argument. Zero. He didn't have no friends outside. It was him and Buddy. That's it. So there were no friends. There was no argument. Zero. So on top of that, who said boom, boom, boom first? Was it me or was it the news guy?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So if you rewind the news clip, he say, then boom, boom, boom. I agree. I'm like, then boom, boom, boom. Because we running the play. You had nobody. If you look at the lights where we're at, we're in the far off distance. You don't even see the blues. If you see the blues, then you right there. Yeah, think about it. Why the hell would I be next to a dead body smiling and laughing? That's a little odd.
Maybe you're just that savage.
Possible. Yeah.
Possible. But okay, so you're saying that you weren't anywhere near this.
Bro, that was a made up story.
Oh, okay.
That was a whole made up story. So when they do that, it's like, damn, all right, cool. I never say I see somebody get whacked. I never say I see a gun. I never say I see somebody get killed. I never say any of that shit. It's an argument. His homie say he ain't a part of this says, and then boom, boom, boom. Which I should have put that on the shirt. I really should have ran with it and got a lot more. But that was a blessing though, in all candor.
Military chopper with the scope go boom, boom, boom. It's a lyric, sorry.
I don't know. But no, it was a blessing because at the end of the day, I got to see what's straddling the fence. You see some lame ass dudes who I never seen just flat out, yeah, Ceddy Nash, he can't come back to California. When the fuck this happened?
Right.
Yeah, that's literally, it was stories and bullshit and stuff like that. And I'm like, you know, all of this shit is publicly available. When you do an appeal, all the information come out. So what really happened, the true story of what happened is, this shit was over a fucking girl. All of this shit was over a bitch. The dude was at the bar, I guess, and then seen the dude and upped the cannon on him. Now he upped the cannon on him, he shoot him. Then he get in his car. While this is happening, the police see the shit and they follow him. Now when they follow him, this fool bold as hell. He tossed the gun into his neighbor's yard, then turn around, go get something to eat, come back, police arrest him. He claims self-defense. But the crazier part is he almost had it beat on a self-defense. He said, oh, he had a gun on him, and then the report says that the friends took some up out of his pocket. That should have been enough. But the biggest thing I hated about it was they try to implement me on a fucking murder. Bro, this is like the fourth fucking murder they try to put on me on YouTube, bro. This shit, like, this is some essay shit. This ain't got shit to do with you understand.
It was Mexicans.
Yeah, it was
shooting each other.
Yeah,
okay.
This is some Mexicans, bro. What the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm there R15 to meet bitches.
It's not like you would have any real knowledge about what was going on in this situation.
I wouldn't have been there.
Right.
I would have got the fuck up out of there because now you're not only a target, you got to go do something about that shit. I don't know these motherfuckers. I ain't seen shit. So, I mean, it was cool in a sense, like, bro, here the paperwork. Shut the fuck up.
Did you like lose any relationships with people who didn't really want to fuck with you after that, or that you didn't fuck with them because they were talking shit about it or anything like that?
You know how when when controversy strikes, people show their stripes type of thing? That's what ended up happening. I always, like, I don't really fuck with people too many times. I don't really fuck with nobody like that. Like, I stay in my own lane. My circle's smaller than a dot. So certain individuals, I would see certain little remarks that they would make, and then I would see likes. Like when I'm seeing somebody do like certain lame ass shit, a video or something like that, when they're in disagreement, I look at exactly what the person likes. Appreciate and what they
Vic.
happen to comment on and all this weak ass shit. And then what that ends up doing for me is, oh, I get it. You was trying to ride a train, and then y'all get mad that I don't repost y'all shit. Y'all get mad I don't speak on certain things that y'all going on. I don't try to big up your topic and put it in the algorithms. So what that ends up doing is that ends up helping me to fuck out. Cause it's like, bitch, I knew who you was. I just needed that opportunity to spot you, and now I got him. So, you know, but like I said, the part that I hate the most about that shit was tying me to another fucking body. You know, they did that shit with FBG Cash. A fake Ceddy Nash Instagram jump on his last live stream is Ceddy_Nash. I have nothing to do with this goddamn Instagram. My shit is Ceddy Nash, one word.
And what were they doing?
They was trolling them and some more shit, just saying some wild, reckless shit. And then Cash like, nigga, who the fuck you talking to? And all this shit and everything like that. And then boom, 3 hours later, he dead. And they're like, oh, Ceddy Nash did it. Ceddy Nash did it. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you? What? Like, bro, bro. But they do that lame ass shit. They've done it with a couple of people. I don't really want to bring their names up because it's still open investigations and shit, but that's the more prominent one that I could point out, even though it's not the latest one. That was actually like the oldest one. But
right,
it is what it is on that part. It's just, I've been surrounded by death. You know what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately surrounded by death. Like, growing up, taking it from Sac all the way here, like, bruh,
Hey, Leonard, they do, that is something. They do blow heavy. They do blow heavy. Yeah. Seti Nash. Yeah. He tried to come up with that story right there. It definitely sounded foo-faffy to me. You know. Hey, RM, if you can find the actual news clip, let me know. Leonard said he's been employed by the feds for a few years. If you can find the actual news clip, send it to me, man. Yeah. So we can see that. Let me see, yeah. You can find that news clip. Let me see the news clip, the actual news clip.
It is. All of the information that you about.
Let me see here.
Salute to everybody for tuning. The information that you're about to hear is all documented. It all comes from some type of form of paperwork, if not from Seti himself. This next portion is from a daily activity log from the Sacramento Police Department. It reads, Friday, January 24th, 2014. The information provided allows for a timely snapshot of significant events in our community. The crimes reported here are preliminary investigations taken in the field by patrol officers and may or may not be assigned to a detective for further investigation. The information provided may be found after further investigation to be incorrect or false. Certain details of these incidents have been removed due to potential follow-up investigation into the incident and/or privacy rights. The following incidents occurred between 12 o'clock a.m. and 11:59 p.m. on Friday, January 24th, 2014. Incident number 14021-617, assault, Western Ave and Ford Road. Officers responded to a report of a shooting. It was reported that shots were fired from a dark-colored SUV towards another occupied vehicle, but no one had been struck or injured. Officers rushed to the area along with an outside agency police helicopter. A vehicle matching the suspect description was located and its 3 occupants were contacted. A search of the vehicle revealed ammunition, and it was determined that the occupants had discarded a handgun from the car. The weapon was recovered. All 3 suspects were adult males in their 20s and arrested for assault, conspiracy, and gang enhancement charges. Now, as we look into this, we're going to break it down step by step. A comparison to what the report said, a comparison to what Seti said, and see where we can find a common ground. Let's start with the notification of the police. How were the police notified about this incident? According to Seti Nash, they were alerted by the shot spotter.
Mind you, spot shotters there. Of course they coming. There is no phone call made from Seti Nash on that day. I got 10,000 for that.
But when you compare the dates, this incident happened Friday, January 24th, 2014, and the ShotSpotter program wasn't implemented until 2015 in Sacramento. There are multiple articles from 2015 and even some from later years like 2017 where they clearly state that ShotSpotters were not used in Sacramento until 2015. Now, for validation purposes, I obtained a copy of the police report with the same incident number as the incident number in the daily activity log. According to the police report, officers responded to the location regarding a call, not a ShotSpotter notification, a call. That's one discrepancy with regard to how they even got to the crime scene. But now let's discuss how they were notified that a shooting took place and that Seti Nash was involved.
Police pull up. Once the police pull up, it's one officer. That one officer pulls up. What does he do? He asks what happened. I say, man, I got shot at.
Now, on top of the police report clarifying that an actual call was made and not a ShotSpotter notification because they didn't even have ShotSpotters, We now have Seti admitting that he was on the scene when the police arrived and that he told the police that he was shot at. That sounds like reporting a shooting to me. But let's see what else Seti.
Definitely sounds like reporting the shooting. And how the hell is he at the scene in the middle of this shit?
He said,
He was like, what kind of car or anything like that? I said, I don't know, man. It's a dark vehicle.
referring back to the daily activity.
Why would you say it's a dark vehicle? Why would you even put yourself involved in this shit? For what? What did you get out of this?
Activity log posted by the Sacramento PD. Officers responded to a report of a shooting, and it was reported that shots were fired from a dark color SUV. So Seti is now 2 for 2 with information. He did actually report a shooting, and he did say that it was a dark color vehicle, just like the paperwork is saying.
So it ends up happening. Cops say, get in the car. I'm thinking to myself like, oh, shit, I'm finna go to jail. But he don't put the cuffs on me. So I'm like, ooh. So then he pulls up to the exact spot that I was shooting at. He say, is this it right here? I'm like, shit. I'm like, yeah.
Now my question for this would be, how did they get to the exact location where the shooting occurred? And if you were the shooter, why would you take them back to this place and say, yes, this is where the shooting occurred?
So the cop is told, hey man, come down here. I'm in the back, I can hear it. He told, come down here. So he busts a right, he go down forward, pull to the left. There's a big ass vehicle that I did not remember. So it's a big, I think like an Expedition or something like that or anything like that. Car doors all open. It looks like, to my eyes, oh shit, niggas have stole the car and ran off. So I'm like, oh damn. So the cops say, hey, is this the vehicle? I'm like, I don't know.
All right,
So once
RM,
again,
good
referring
looking.
to the report summary, officers responded to a report of a shooting. It was reported that shots were fired from a dark color SUV. Officers rushed to the area. A vehicle matching the suspect description was located. So Seti is admitted he reported being shot at. He admitted taking the police back to the scene of the crime. He admitted to getting in the car with the police and riding around looking for the suspect vehicle. And now the summary shows us that the suspect vehicle, along with 3 occupants, was located. Among the 3
Hold up. So that makes sense why they put him in the back of the cop car and didn't put no handcuffs on him. You know? Because if they going to take you to identify some shit, they going to sit you in the back of the car so you can be comfortable and tell you, yo, where was this happening at? And we're going to ride over here. I might need you to identify some shit.
occupants of the vehicle were Seti Nash's brother, Cepeda Adams Jr., another 24-year-old black male by the name of Domian Williams, and a 21-year-old black male by the name of Kevion Robinson. All are listed as arrestees in this incident, and all of them have Cedric Adams listed as the victim. Now, in an effort to debunk this, Seti Nash had Mickey Truth go get the paperwork. And I know some of y'all gonna say, well, Seti already posted this paperwork. Let me explain to y'all the difference. Seti and Mickey Truth posted the sentencing transcripts. So they showed you what they ultimately copped out for, but they didn't show you what got them charged in the first place. As you see right there, it says case name Cepeda Adams. If you look in the highlighted part, the yellow highlight, it says transcript estimate calculation. So these are transcripts that she paid for, and this is related to Cepeda Adams's case. So they want to trick y'all into believing that this is the right paperwork by showing y'all the name on the case and the date of the transcripts. But this is not the actual paperwork. This shows us how the case was resolved. It doesn't show us how the case was started. In any situation, I want y'all to pay attention and note that just because a person's name is not in the sentencing transcripts or because they didn't testify at a hearing doesn't mean that they did not give evidence to the police.
Now, I'm not going to go and show the paperwork. Nah, that'll be too easy for them. But what I can do is speak about the paperwork. Now, before y'all get all bent out of shape, The reason why I'm not showing it is because Seti Nash is not listed in the paperwork at all. At all, y'all. Like, at all.
This was an obvious cover-up attempt because not only did she go get the wrong paperwork and try to use that as proof that she had the paperwork, but she also said that Seti's name was not listed at all, but she never showed us the paperwork. Once Seti knew that I had the real paperwork, he tried to get out in front of this by posting the same sentencing transcripts and trying to highlight the fact that his name is not mentioned in those transcripts and use that as evidence that he's silent and he had nothing to do with the case. But go back and look at those transcripts and look at the names involved. Cepeda Adams, Kevion Robinson, and Domian Williams. The same 3 people who were arrested in relation to this 2014 shooting incident and who all have Cedric Adams listed as a victim on their paperwork. Originally, I just wanted to see if Seti was involved in this situation at all. So I filed a FOIA request for the police report using the same felony case number that he and Mickey Truth posted, which was 14F00622. I requested the initial police report filed in the arrest of Cepeda Adams in case number 14F00622. And as you can see, all records were released and my request was fulfilled. What I received was this document showing that Cepeda Adams, Domian Williams, and Kevion Robinson had all been arrested for assault and other charges, and that all 3 had Cedric Adams listed as the victim in relation to their charges. Once I confirmed that Seti was connected, I filed a request for video footage of the police interview of Cedric Adams in regard to police report number 14021-617 and a police incident summary of Cedric Adams' interview in regards to police report 14021-617.
Yeah.
Lebury.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess bro went hard on the paperwork. Bro went hard on the paperwork. Bro went hard on that paperwork. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Let me see. Never seen before for the show moment. Rapper PNB Rock. Hold up. And you know, Luce Cannon said he was in Roscoe's when PNB Rock got knocked off. Sure, he was lying about that too. Let's see, something came up right here. Let's look at this. Yeah.
Special edition of True Crime News. PNB Rock was gunned down while eating lunch with his fiancée. A True Crime News exclusive, never-before-seen surveillance video of the crime as it unfolded. The father and son suspects trying to cover their tracks. Was it pre-planned or a robbery gone wrong? I sit down with the lead prosecutor to get exclusive new details.
He sets it on fire blocks away from his residence and walks back home.
What PNB Rock's fiance, the mother of his daughter, told police after he was murdered right in front of her.
He was on it.
And there's finally justice for PNB Rock. Your daily source for true crime starts right now.
Let me see. Okay. Appreciate the donation, Inglewood Blue. Appreciate you.
Never-before-seen videos and interviews that shed new light on what really happened that day. A camera lens is trained on a restaurant parking lot and also inside. This footage recording in real time a major heist and murder about to go down. A spontaneous stop at an iconic Los Angeles restaurant collides with gold, greed, and bullets, ending in carnage and one of the East Coast rising rap stars lying in a pool of blood.
He was a guest in our community and was gunned down by a cowardly act.
He was PNB Rock, a Philadelphia rapper with a loyal following and a taste for extravagance. His real name was Rakim Allen, but he fashioned his stage name after the streets where he grew up.
PNB Rock was paying homage to his neighborhood, and Pastorius and Bainton was the areas of the streets in which he lived on. So he came up with the name PNB Rock.
Featured in major music magazines like Rolling Stone's 10 New Artists You Need to Know and XXL's freshman class of 2017.
As an artist, he straddled the fence between R&B and rap, and that's something that a lot of people couldn't do.
R&B historian Tyrone Dubois says PNB was a master at meshing music genres.
How significant was it that he came from the Philadelphia area?
PNB Rock's success was based upon the one thing that very few people are able to do: rise from the ashes and make the negativity in his life turn into something positive.
His own story was tightly linked to the energy of the streets, where he learned about violence early on.
His father passed away based on a gang war.
His older brother was murdered, so he himself experienced death at an early age.
PNB Rock posted about his brother's death on X, sharing, "It ain't right." But he'd push past the grief and pain through music.
He started off selling out of his trunk and then becoming noticed and observed.
PNB landed a record deal and launched hit songs like Issues, which showcases his love of expensive jewelry. As the money poured in, the rapper often showed off the rewards by posting to social media, mostly highlighting his love for expensive jewelry.
Okay,
A
RM.
love that
We're gonna play that real quick, RM. Hold up. We're gonna play that one real quick, RM. Let me see. Yeah, hold up. Yeah, see, I seen that when you sent it to me, right? But I couldn't see the spot. Hold on, alright. We're gonna play that shit right now. Let me see. But they don't. I'm trying to see, alright. I don't see it. Let me see. Hold up. Hold up.
Some witnesses about what they heard. They said they heard an argument just before the shooting. When you heard the argument, was it a long argument? Was it just short? Did it seem like they knew each other?
It was static. And his friend was like, he not even a part of this. You know, he not a part of this S.
And then boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Like, oh, you know.
So he heard it. Okay. Alright, so yeah. He identified some shit. I see that, RM. Yeah, he identified some shit. Yes, he did. Yes, the fuck he did. He identified some shit. Yes, he did.
that would ultimately cost him his life.
That's seriously.
Not for bragging, but for, celebrating yourself, celebrating your wealth, celebrating the success that you've made in the industry, which I do believe made him an instant target at that particular time.
It was September 12th, 2022. PNB Rock and his fiancée, Stephanie Sibanhung, who is the mother of his daughter, stop at the iconic Roscoe's in South LA.
He had 2 watches, several chains, rings on his fingers, and these are not just costume jewelry. Chains that, do gain attention.
For those who may not know, where they chose to eat is not a celebrity haunt. This is where you go when you want to fly under the radar.
Absolutely. I said, quite frankly, $500,000 reasons, $500,000 worth of reasons to come and take advantage of this young man.
PNB Rock and Stephanie had been partners for years, visiting LA for a business meeting and to celebrate an engagement party for fellow rap star T Grizzly, where the partiers compared their assets on social media posts.
Come on, man. AP's rollies. Yeah.
But PNB Rock and Stephanie dressed down to head to Roscoe's, and Stephanie had raised concerns about him wearing so much jewelry in a restaurant. He declined, telling her it's in God's hands. This surveillance footage shows PNB Rock and Stephanie walking in. It's lunchtime, 12:28 p.m. As they wait, a man seated to the right fist bumps the rapper, but the couple is quickly taken to a table. The waitress can later be seen bringing their food. Stephanie posts a photo of their meal to Instagram, geotagging the restaurant's South LA location. But what they don't know, outside in the parking lot, a plot is being hatched to rob the rapper of the $500,000 in jewelry that he's wearing.
Although it was 12:30, I think this was like a Tuesday. This was not a day that you would think that you need to keep your head on the swivel or be alert to crime or someone trying to...
Honestly, you got to keep your head on the swivel if you going anywhere with that kind of jewelry on. Especially in the trenches somewhere. Shit. Somebody gonna want to try to get at you, in the trenches. You got to keep your head on the swivel. And Jokers, this is why I say, that checking in shit, he was supposed to have the right kind of security with him. People think that nobody won't do anything to me, and you only get one shot at life. Shit, you not exempt for real.
Jack me, rob me, steal from me.
But at 1:16 p.m., a gunman walks inside ready to score.
There was some sort of verbal exchange at this point.
At 1:17 p.m., the unarmed security guard notices the commotion and flees. Seconds later, PNB Rock is shot. His fiancée, Stephanie, restaurant patrons, and employees watch in horror. Others flee. 1:22 p.m. LAPD officers arrive on the scene within 5 minutes. They attempt to save the rapper, who is still breathing. 3 bullets have ripped through his chest and back. The crime scene, a mix of blood, jewels, and the gun PNB Rock had stored in his belt, resting on the table. Standing in the doorway of Roscoe's,
Damn, I ain't even know he had the strap. But that's the one thing, people don't be understanding. You don't expect that kind of shit to happen. Dudes be real laxed and you can have the strap on you, but you don't expect that shit when you should, being out in the trenches. You should expect that you got the strap on you, but you didn't have enough time to get to the joint because them people was coming at you.
Traumatized, Stephanie carries her phone, but as she runs to join PNB Rock in the ambulance, LAPD officers escort her to their car. Stephanie is soon at headquarters answering questions.
I just want to know if he's having home care. Can we call the hospital to see if he's okay?
We're back now with more of our exclusive investigation into the murder of Philadelphia rapper PNB Rock.
Man, PNB had the biscuit on him. Had it on him. but didn't have no time to grab it. Straight up. That's some ill shit. Yeah. And, you know, dudes be wanting to go to the heart of some shit. And we know PNB Rock come from Philly, you know, the heart of the city, right? You can't just go anywhere and you want to be in them same environments if you know you come from an environment that's like that, thinking that they're not wolves in those environments. It was no way PNB should have put itself in that situation for some food, man. Mindful. I was talking about this earlier, man, about being mindful of what you do because you only get one life. Fuck trying to live up to the hype of being real and I gotta go here because of this, and you know, yeah, other people can't go there, but I'ma go there. Like, you only get one life and ain't no take backs, you know, when that shit go too far.
LAPD is on scene at Roscoe's in South LA, where bullets had been flying just minutes before.
No.
Philadelphia rapper PNB Rock has been shot 3 times and is barely holding on, as seen in exclusive footage obtained by True Crime News. Officers pull the rapper's distraught fiancée back as she appears to reach for an item on the floor, later revealed to be PNB's diamond pendant from his necklace. As cops work the scene, word quickly spreads. PNB Rock was dead, and the questions begin.
A murder occurred following a posting on Instagram or social media. The posting of that may have led to these individuals learning where he was at.
Social media users immediately start blaming Stephanie's geotagged Instagram post showing her meal.
It's my fault. Oh my God.
Stephanie.
Word. Like, understanding, you know, not the post where you at in real time is real, especially when you are popular, celebrity. That shit is real. You say that post for later, but you know, that's something you gotta instruct, you know, women. I gotta be real, because you know, women get put in these positions around these type of men and they want to show like I'm living life. And you was only at a food spot that people was really wouldn't go to if they not from around that way, but you wanted to post like I'm here, and that shit there costing. So damn, no take backs on a real situation. You got the strap, and the broad that you said you love put your life in danger. It's very, very important for a man to be a leader at all times when he got a woman with him, because sometimes women do things, you know, because she feels like doing it and not thinking that this is gonna put your life in jeopardy. And it sure definitely went there.
Stephanie blames herself, as seen in this police interview video hours after the murder.
When I sit down to eat, I said, yeah, it was low key, there wasn't no one in there. When we posting the chicken and the waffles.
This is unfortunately happening way too often.
Just 2 years earlier, New York rapper Pop Smoke was robbed and killed in the Hollywood Hills after thieves learned his location from a social media post. Nicki Minaj posting on X, after Pop Smoke, there's no way we as rappers or our loved ones are still posting locations to our whereabouts.
Stephanie, I wouldn't sit here.
Word, like facts. That shit there, man, hell no. I'm not posting my location, or you know, if you live somewhere out, you're not trying to publicize, especially if you out there glistening and shining like that. You just asking come get the target. I'm right here. Gotta be smarter than that, man. But she wasn't thinking. And you know, as a man, being honest, you gotta be on top of your significant other. For real, for real. You gotta be on top of your significant other as a man. If you are a man of stature, you know your status is up there. You got, hold up, what you doing? You know, and some women be like, well, why you all up on me? Nah, my safety is more important. My safety is more important than you showing your followers the life you live in. And that's a fact.
And blame yourself. You guys did walk too? That's a lot of jewelry on.
Yeah, I told him to take it off.
As Stephanie replays the tragic moments for cops, she is pleading to understand what happened to PNB.
My text messages, everybody's saying sorry for your loss. What is the media saying? Is he okay?
Nearly a minute passes.
I'm sorry.
He passed away.
He did.
Are you serious?
Yes. Okay.
She appears to be in shock.
I'm very sorry. Do you have people out here that's gonna be by your side?
He was alright.
But as cops continue their questions, they soon learn from Stephanie herself someone in the restaurant that day seemed suspicious after spotting PNB's bling.
How did they know you guys were in there? Besides the posting of anything.
Felt like he got set up.
Before long, the deputy DA confirms their investigation shows PNB was set up, and Stephanie's post had nothing to do with it.
In that photograph was only the food. There wasn't an arm or jewelry or any type of wearable items, nothing valuable on the post. That could not have given enough time to orchestrate a plan.
Instead, it all started with a man named Tremont Jones.
Does anybody know who they are when they walk in?
Immediately, Tremont Jones, the gentleman who was sitting right inside the door that fist bumped PNB Rock, knew who he was. Tremont Jones loiters at the Roscoe's. That's just his hangout spot.
Detectives soon gathered hours of surveillance video that pieces together exactly what happened in the minutes leading up to PNB's murder and after. From the moment Tremont walks outside, he alerts another man named Freddie Trone to come to Roscoe's. Prosecutors say they acted like two old-school gangsters.
So how is it that Tremont Jones tells Freddie Trone who and what is going on?
The information was relayed, who and what, and the opportunity to get maybe $500,000 is sitting inside this restaurant.
It wasn't the first time PNB was targeted in LA. He talked about it with podcaster DJ Academics over a week before the Roscoe shooting.
You know, somebody tried me on Fairfax, like mid-pandemic. There's gangsters out there on Fairfax. LA is like they bold.
At Roscoe's, surveillance cameras record Freddie Trone arriving in the parking lot. He chats with Jones.
They're speaking, and at this point is where my position is that the conspiracy was triggered.
Trone leaves, but quickly returns with his own 17-year-old son.
The son is dropped off. He exits the rear driver's side, and he has a full face covering and this very distinctive purple Fruity Pebbles shirt.
Cops say Tremont Jones stays outside as the teen brushes past him.
Once he's inside, Tremont Jones knows plan is in action. And at that point, we're seconds away from seeing a muzzle flash captured inside a very grainy camera inside Roscoe's.
Damn.
Stephanie recounts the horrifying minute-by-minute details when the 17-year-old approaches them.
As soon as he walked in, he pointed the gun at his stomach. He said, "Give me all that, I'll shoot you right now." And he just started shooting him. He took his rings off, necklaces off, took his 2 watches off, and he made me take my watch off. He said, "Give me that right now, I swear to God, I'll shoot you in the head." It was so scary.
Before he flees, the teenage gunman can be seen snatching diamond jewelry from PNB's body. Prosecutors say the gunman's dad, Freddie Trone, was outside in a waiting car, and all the suspects made a quick getaway.
Damn. Put his son up to this shit. And his son was like willing to do this shit. That's some ill shit. 17 years old.
Rapper PNB Rock was only 30 years old when he was shot to death during a robbery. We continue now with our exclusive investigation into his murder.
In Philadelphia, fans of rapper PNB Rock gather in the neighborhood where he grew up, dancing to his music and celebrating his life.
Got the whole city mad, they know we did it, we standing on murder.
And Los Angeles police are on the trail of his killers. This surveillance video shows Freddie Trone and his teenage son walking near their apartment minutes after the shooting. The son has changed clothes and not long after tosses a bag into a dumpster.
You think they threw away their clothes that would have all sorts of incriminating evidence?
As far as the shooter, yes.
Early the next morning, cops say Freddie Trone leaves the apartment and torches the getaway car. The same car seen picking up the hitman at Roscoe's.
So the car is the Buick Enclave. He sets it on fire blocks away from his residence and walks back home.
Investigators learn the car
They
is
got all the
registered
video
to Freddie's
footage.
wife, Chantel Trone. Soon, Chantel and the suspected 17-year-old son and gunman are arrested. But Freddie Trone is nowhere to be found.
The block is hot. Of course, he's wanted now. His face is now on internet beside PNB Rock.
Freddie flees to Las Vegas. The DA says his girlfriend, Wynesha Evans, drives him out of town.
So that's where I call her side chick, but Ms. Evans rents a vehicle and she drives him to Nevada.
But before long, Trone is captured. LAPD homicide investigators head to Vegas and grill him, as heard in this exclusive interrogation audio.
He goes by PNB Rock. This is the case that we're investigating right now.
That's really unfortunate. God bless that young man. So
Freddie denies he and his wife are involved in the Roscoe's murder.
if y'all figured this guy, my son did it, why he ain't hurt?
You're in here for murder, for 187.
But cops can pin Freddie, his son, and others to the heist and murder through the hours of surveillance footage. Trone, Tremont Jones, his wife and girlfriend, along with his juvenile son, all face charges.
One thing that Freddie Trone said on the stand that I really highlighted is he himself said his son was dangerous.
In a Los Angeles courtroom, Freddie Trone is convicted of
This nigga put his son up to doing this and then testified on his son?
murder and robbery. Tremont Jones is found guilty of robbery and conspiracy to commit robbery. Freddie's wife, Chantel Trone, pleaded no contest to accessory after the fact, and Wynesha Evans pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact.
Did you ever find the jewelry?
No.
Did you find the murder weapon?
No.
Wow, so you got a conviction without a murder weapon.
No murder weapon, no property recovered, nothing.
Justice was served, but with little comfort to PNB Rock's family and his fiancée, Stephanie, who called him their shining light.
Yo, that's some ill shit though. That's some ill shit. They robbed and killed the man for some jewelry and sold it for some money that they probably spent that week. And then you gonna spend the remainder of your life in jail. I don't think the son.
Plus the latest on the 17-year-old accused of pulling the trigger.
Let me see what happened with the son.
While justice has been served for 4 of the 5 people involved in PNB Rock's murder, the alleged gunman, who was 17 at the time of the killing, is being held in a juvenile facility after a judge ruled that he is not competent to stand trial. PNB Rock's heartbroken mother, Deanna Allen, spoke outside of court shortly after Freddie Lee Trone was convicted of her son's murder.
We are just
very happy that we're getting justice because Rakim is solely and sorely missed by his family and especially the young people in my family. Like my younger nieces and nephews, they really are devastated and they looked up to him so much as a hero to the family. And now that he's gone, they're so sad they don't know what to do.
That's it for today's True Crime News. I'm Ann.
Damn. So they said the 17-year-old boy wasn't competent enough to stand trial. Boy, that's ill. Dad put him up to this shit, so they give the dad life, but the son ain't competent, and he gets off on the shit. Man, you gotta be aware where the fuck you go. And that's just real. All that shit going to the hood and shit, shining. And think about it like this. Why the fuck do you want to make it out the hood to go shine around a whole bunch of people that don't have the ability to obtain what you have? That shit, that mindset, you gotta mature from that mindset. And that's a fact. You gotta literally mature from that mindset. Straight up. You know? Yeah, shit. See, and you know, in certain places, you got to know when to take your jewelry off. Straight up. You got to know. And it's like a lot of people that, you know, wear jewelry. They feel like if they taking their shit off in certain places, they feel like they a bitch. They soft. Nah. You got to know when to not wear your shit. I'm going to be real. When I went to motherfucking Mexico, man, I ain't wearing my jewelry. I left my shit home. Straight up. I went to Mexico with no jewelry. So what the fuck? And I went to Mexico by myself. You know what I'm saying? I went on my little vacation dolo. By myself. I said, what the fuck am I going to go over here for a week wearing my jewelry? And I had a ball. I went to the strip clubs. I went to the little clubs and shit. I had a ball by myself. But I didn't look like food. When you go other places, you can't be looking like food. Straight up. You can't be looking like food, man. Going to other places. Yeah. I'll take my shit off. What? Shit. I ain't got no problem with taking my shit off. You know, jokers feel like, oh, they gonna think I'm soft if I take my jewelry off. Nah, you ain't soft for taking your jewelry off. Shit. You being mindful. You having a conscious mind. Understanding that.
You know
you out of bounds. Straight up. You gotta know when you out of bounds, you got to move differently. Straight up. Knowing, nah, I'm not gonna rock my shit here. You know, and some people want to show that they like that. So nah, I'm gonna have my shit on. Fuck that. You hear me? Yeah. You gotta be on point, man. Knowing how to adapt and when to and when not to is major in the game of life. Straight up. And it's the time right here. PNB talked about getting robbed before the time he got shot. And it's like he didn't, I guess, make sure he was on point. Went out there with the strap, but now you should have had security with you, man. You should have had security holding the strap. What is the strap doing you any good stuck in your belt buckle and a nigga run down on you, catch you off balance, and you can't even get the reach for it? So that's some shit.
Crazy thing about that situation, by the way, like you said you've lived in LA.
Yeah.
Like LA's always felt a little spooky to me. and just tell me, and it's fine. You tell me if it's just me being pussy, but like just LA. I think because LA is synonymous with the death of Biggie, death of Pac, and I think it's just so much where like niggas might be like ganged up other places, but I've never seen gang culture over there. It's just so
serious.
crazy.
I ain't gonna lie. I went through some shit when I first like was having in LA with some niggas from Grape Street. These my niggas to this day. You feel me? 03 Greedo and them.
Yeah.
You feel me? They try to do some type of shit, but they seen that I wasn't on that shit. You feel me? Like they try to approach me on some cool shit, but I'm just knowing too much. I'm from the trenches too, so I'm just like not paying it. I'm not taking it lightly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm clutching and all that. Like I'm like, bro, what is y'all niggas trying to do? Like I'm going off of the energy. Fuck what you saying right now. I know what you saying. But it's like, I'm getting it too. You feel me? Like, I'm not slow. I'm not no fucking dickhead. It's like, what's going on, bro? Like, what y'all trying to do? Like, and when they peeped it, they're like, oh no, this nigga ain't no fuck nigga. Like, you know, some shit like we really could fuck with this nigga, like on some real shit.
But being honest, man, you don't gotta be a fuck nigga to get rocked. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people that wasn't a fuck nigga that got checked real rap.
And when they peeped it, like they started like getting a little bit more lackadaisical, and it's like, all right, we could talk, you feel me? And they tried to test me like on some test me shit. Like they was just like, yeah, come to the hood, you feel me? Like come to the hood.
Come to the hood.
I went to their hood. You feel me? With strapped up. You feel me? Like I went with my niggas. Like it was like 3 of us, and we wasn't crazy deep. Cause I just be wanting niggas to know, like, I'm like y'all. I'm just like y'all, bro. You feel me? Like I'm just like you. I can't.
That's the worst thing ever, man. I just spoke on that. That's the worst thing ever, to try to show a bunch of hyenas that you willing to show up. Nah. We got to get out of that mindset, people. The people got to get out of that mindset. Stop trying to show people in the hood that you ain't got no problem with being in the hood. The objective is to get up out of the hood. And if you want to donate back to the hood, don't mean you got to surround yourself around that type of energy, because it's people really starving. You sitting around with a $30,000 watch on your wrist, $500,000 chain. These jokers is really starving. And they thinking, if I get this lick off, I'm going to go ahead and get me something because my ribs is touching. So we got to get outside of that mindset. For real, for real. That's the worst mindset to have. I got to go show these niggas that, you know, I'm one of them. Yeah, you was one of them. Once you elevate and you get to another level, you not the same no more. No matter how much you think you want to show people to look at you like them, they don't look at you like them. You looked at as food. Straight up. Food.
Came from the trenches, and I want niggas to like, I don't know why I used to be like that.
It's that respect, right?
It's like, yeah, I don't know why I used to always have that. Like everywhere I go, I wanted to touch the hood, like.
And it's also to kind of let them know, like, yo, y'all built from the same topic. Because sometimes people, they'll judge off, they'll think that, oh, it's only niggas that come from where we at built like this. And
no kizzy. So when they seen that, though, them niggas respecting him. They like, oh, no, this nigga PNB coming different. You know how many niggas that we didn't ask and had the same conversation with and told them to pull up to the block, and them niggas said they was going to come to the block. Them niggas ain't never
at 8 o'clock.
Them niggas never pulled
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Roddy Ricch did the same shit when I pulled up the Roddy Ricch projects 2 different times before Roddy Ricch was even like super heavy. It was like, damn, bro, you just came out here like it was just me and him. Me and him went to the projects. He like, bro, like you ain't got no security and none of that shit. Tripping. And it's like, bro, I got security, but I don't got security. You feel me? Like I be on my shit too. You feel me? So I be on angles. I'm already watching everything that's going on, so it's gonna be kind of hard for you to give me because I used to do the same shit. Like,
that probably gives you a lot of like respect and shit like that.
Yeah, niggas fuck with that for sure.
But I ain't gonna lie, LA's gotten just weird and like I think
PNB just said something that, you know, sent the light bulb straight on. You used to do the same shit. You know, karma is real, you know, and most of the time you don't see it coming. Straight up. You saying you used to do the same shit. You made it to a point where you was able to remove yourself from that. So you was supposed to change the damn direction. Straight up. This is what I say about leaving your past in your past, man. You can't be revisiting 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Nah. You gotta know when to elevate and not turn back if you wanna live long. You know, you can have a short-term success financially, but if you wanna live a life whereas though you completely live your life, you gotta be mindful on what not to do. It's certain things that, you know, when I was younger, that I would have took a risk doing that I won't do as I'm older. I'm not doing the same shit that I would have done when I was younger. I took risks when I was younger. Of course, I'm working on trying to get to another level. What? When I get older, I'm like, hold on, PNB was in his 30s. He should have understood this. Oh, let me change the game. I'm in my 30s now. I gotta tighten up. Shit get real.
I think during the pandemic, I've been just hearing too much stories like niggas getting their watches taken off.
Somebody tried me on Fairfax, like mid-pandemic. But it was like another one. Though? I don't know. I guess because niggas be sweet. You feel me? And niggas see me with my family, nigga, they think I'm just out here lacking. You know what I'm saying? So it would be one of those type of situations. So where like niggas.
Yo, I hear that just walking up to niggas in like broad daylight, like, yo, give me your chain. Like I'm like, yo,
niggas try me on some. It be like every time
they try to take your jewelry or some shit.
I don't know, but it be like I be on shit, and I'm not where I'm from. We like sneaky criminals. Like in LA, it's like they bold. It's like they want you to know. They want to spark a conversation with you first before they get into some shit. Some of them might just go crazy. Like I know some niggas like that too. They might be on their sneaky shit too. But the majority of the times I got into some shit, it was like they just gave they drop up too fast. You feel me? So the second time I got into some shit, it was like niggas was just talking loud as shit, wanting me to hear their conversation. And it's like I'm with my peoples, like I'm with my daughter and my girl. Like why they talking about this gangster shit? Like this around, like we outside, we on Fairfax. I'm like, man, you know, I already peed the blitz. We
out. Gangsters out there on Fairfax.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like what the fuck is going on? Like I'm on Fairfax right now. So I'm like, man, we out of here. You feel me? Like we going. My girl, like, no, we ain't. I'm like, I'm just going off of the vibes. Like we out.
Is she peeping the energy? Because I'm
she ain't peeping. Yeah, she ain't peeping. She was thinking I'm tripping.
About women sometimes.
She be thinking I'm tripping. So in the mix of all this, I'm like, no, we out. So she peeped that I'm serious. She's like, no, we out. We drive probably like 2 blocks in the street. She thinking this shit a game. She pulled over somewhere else. Like, oh, I wanted to go to this store right here. And then in a mix of me, like telling her like where the park at, it's like somebody just came fast as shit and took the parking spot, like the same spot that we. Yeah. I'm like, dude, they must have been following me or something, bro. How the fuck this car get behind me this fast? Like I ain't even look. I look back and that shit was there quick as shit. And then when I walked past, like the car bombed out. Like this shit tinted to the max.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting all this heat coming from the car though. Like I'm feeling the energy coming from the car. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Who that car? Like, they on some other shit. I ain't go in the store for 2 seconds. The same people coming from out the car, hop in the store, hype as shit. Say some gangbanging shit, like some set. I don't know what they say. They said some shit out loud.
Set tripping.
But it was like something that I recognized the energy. You feel me? I'm like, what? You feel me? Like he like started talking to me on some gangster shit. Like I'm like, bro, do you know me? Like you know me from somewhere? He like, nigga, yeah, I know who you is, trying to get me to like get into some shit. So I'm like, man, I flagged him off and I just walked out the store because I already know like where this shit about to go. You feel me?
You don't that make you nervous? It's like you would like your girl.
No, that's why I be trying to be cool because you don't want to be nervous and make it seem like something about that. You want them to be as calm as possible. You feel me? You want your girl and your kids to be like making it seem like everything is cool. Ain't nothing about to happen to us. You feel me? Like we super good. So I just be cool. I just kept it cordial. I'm like, come on, man, we out. These niggas on some real shit.
Yeah.
You feel me? They got to the car, and while they get to the car, that's when I let niggas know like I'm not on that. You feel me? And I ain't gonna say what happened, but niggas know that I'm just not on that. You feel me? It's like, all right, he ain't one of them. You feel me?
At least they didn't take your. I heard. I won't name the rappers, but I've heard of like 3 like it's so commonplace.
It's more than
like,
3 niggas be getting their shit took, and it don't be spoken about because it's like, why you gonna talk about it?
I hear it's so normal that. Like usually when you rob a rapper, like everybody knows. It's be like, oh shit, that nigga got his shit took. I'm here in LA.
It used to be like that. Niggas used to be like, oh yeah, we got such and such chain, but now it's like, it's so common, and niggas don't want you to know they stole nigga shit. You feel me? Niggas don't want that shit to come back on them. Niggas is getting locked up. People is coming back for niggas. Like, it's like, once you get away with some shit, why you wanna make that shit hot? Niggas ain't everybody ain't dumb.
Shit, but they ain't nothing from you.
No, I never got robbed ever in my life. I ain't gonna say never, cause I don't.
The time that you did get robbed, they ended you. So, and trust me, Joker seen this interview. The dad probably was like, yo, you gonna have to go all the way with this because the brother might be strapped. And the son went all the way with it. Being mindful is definitely something that you gotta be aware of. God damn.
I'm like saying never, I'm not superstitious and nothing like that, but I haven't been robbed.
That's why I feel like LA's spooky, man. Like, it's just so bold. Like, I'm seeing mad videos. It's broad. Like, they don't even do it at night. Like night maybe, but broad daylight, that's when they really do it.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
And it's not one of those shit where they're kind of walking up, like hoodied up, like just trying to sneak through. They just walking like a regular nigga.
Hey, we got this shit.
Yeah, I'm like,
I don't know, man.
What the fuck is going on?
This is the new generation, you know. That shit like everybody on some demon shit, demon time this, demon that.
It's so funny because that don't happen like in Miami or whatever. Where's your face?
Yes, it do.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Bro, I know a couple niggas that got robbed in Miami, bro.
Oh, shit.
Niggas got robbed in Miami.
Where's your favorite place to be? Outside of
Honestly, I like LA.
LA?
Yeah, I like it because, like I said, I do me. I keep it towards, like, I don't really be outside like that neither. You know what I'm saying? To be like in the mix of the dumb shit. Where I'm at, I'm going to the shop. I'm going to get some drip. I'm going probably to the bank. You know, I'm at places where niggas probably ain't really gonna be at on no gangster shit. They doing the same shit I'm doing, you feel me? And 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to the club. Niggas ain't gonna be able to catch me after no club, no strip club, none of that. That'd be where the shit. Nigga be out lacking. It's just like, I'm just not doing that. You feel me?
I definitely agree with you.
I'm not gonna put myself in those situations because I know what happened in those situations. You feel me? Like, this shit.
Hey, what do you think about, and I think a bunch of people have said this, they said being a rapper is one of the most dangerous professions.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, what do you think about that? Because you're a rapper.
Word. If a Joker come rob you, you gotta get that shit up, man. You know, your life ain't worth that motherfucking material shit. Hell no. You know, a Joker pride be in the way. But a Joker would rather be upset and, you know, feeling disrespected, breathing, than to be dead. And, you know, some Jokers just say, man, I'm gonna die about mine. But really, though, you don't really want to die about your shit. It's like certain sayings that be said, you know, in the urban community. It's like, you really don't want to die about your shit. Like, what? You acting like you get to come back somebody else. Nah. When it's over, it's over. I don't want to die about no material shit. Fuck it. Fuck that shit. You can have it. Straight up. Yeah. You know, and I say that's some younger shit too. Cause I remember, you know, I ain't gonna lie, I've been in a situation whereas though somebody was trying to rob me and I said, I ain't giving you shit. But that was in my younger days. I wouldn't do no shit like that now. I think I was probably about 25. You know what I'm saying? 25. I ain't giving you shit. And I meant it. You know, but I look back on it now, it was dumb. It was dumb. For what? For some material shit? You know, I felt, you know, like I was doing something because I kept the shit that they was trying to rob me for. But damn, that shit is goofy. Ain't nobody fucking fuck that.
Obviously, people think a certain type of way. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, even the thing that happened with little TJ, you know what I mean? I think that shook a lot of people up because they're like, damn, yo, Edgewater used to be the spot where everybody's at. Like, that's where everybody get a little bit of money. They're there. Now you're realizing, like, people either trying to, niggas is looking at rappers as targets. Like,
yeah, people
does it make you move a little bit different?
Yeah, I mean, ever since my brother got killed, like my oldest brother, I've been moving different since. You feel me? Like, it's just been something in me to just let me know, like, this shit real life. I done seen people die. I done been around people that died. But when that shit hit your crib, it's like, you know, like, all right, no, this shit real life. You feel me? Like, anybody can die. Fuck, it could be anybody. The last person that you expected could die. It's like, once that shit hit home to that point, it was like, all right, no, I gotta be on my shit. Like, a nigga can't just walk up on me. I mean, a nigga can't just even look at me like on some.
It doesn't make you nervous though, like.
Oh, it make me just alert. Like, when I'm out the country, that's probably the only time I'm gonna be like a little bit like.
Yeah,
a little bit free.
That's me too. I remember saying
but
to
I
somebody,
still be on some shit like even out the country. I be feeling like it's niggas like that out here too.
Probably.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want to run
And
into
it's
them
people
niggas.
like that everywhere though. You know, when you going somewhere else, like, you gotta be mindful how you shining, cause there's somebody hungry everywhere. Everywhere you go is somebody hungry, man.
You hear me? Cause I ain't on point like I am out here. Like, I gotta be on some other shit.
Yeah. Everywhere you go, somebody's hungry. Facts. So you definitely gotta be on point. Like, you thinking that you got status and ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you, shit. That could be the moment that is it for you. Yeah, that could be the moment, man. Some ill shit. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. That literally can be it for you. Let me see here. Luce Cannon. Luce Cannon took down Big Q.
With the so-called.
Let's see this joint right here.
Criminal complaint dropped on Big U, the world will be introduced to a dark trail of alleged crimes. But the complaint itself wraps up all of these activities under one umbrella organization, with the so-called Big U enterprise allegedly engaging in an array of criminal activity, including extortion, robbery, murder, human trafficking, wire fraud, bank fraud, other financial crimes, obstruction of justice, illegal debt collection, illegal gambling, and conspiracy to commit fraud. Some of these crimes seem absolutely crazy in the modern day and make you think more of the Black Hand mafia extortion scene in the Godfather movies than gangbangers in South Central LA. In fact, Big U actually previously referred to his life as a modern day mafia story, but things were much more complicated than that, because to cloak this alleged criminal activity, according to the complaint, Big U's non-profit was at the front and center, and this, along with his persona he presented to the public as a reformed gang member, actually allowed Big U to navigate both the criminal underworld and the halls of legitimate power and business at the same time. His non-profit umbrella organization, Developing Options, which controls a number of seemingly innocent entities attempting to do positive work in the community, actually received over $500,000 from the GRID program controlled by the City of LA, with a total of over $2.3 million from the City of LA being handed over, hundreds of thousands of which Big U allegedly withdrew personally as a salary. He would also allegedly embezzle funds that were meant for community work, in a practice where he would solicit.
Man, Big U got a lot of paper. $2.3 million. $2.3 million. And you got hundreds of thousands that you done paid yourself. And you still out there running extortion plays, man. You was supposed to get that shit up, man. Straight up. You supposed to get that shit up, man. Addiction is a motherfucker. Big U was addicted to the power and control he had amongst other people. And I think, you know, that shit just runs in certain humans. The addiction and the power that you can have controlling another human, that shit there take you to a whole nother level.
donations from celebrities for his charities, then taking the money for himself personally. The criminal complaint later called Big U's organizations a front and part of a plan for Big U to control the streets of LA undercover. And according to wiretaps, Big U's persona as a reformed community activist was just a facade, and behind the scenes, he was openly claiming how he was still the same man that they said he once was. Big U was also heard on a wiretap saying that no one can beef with him because he'd kill them. Apparently, even later bragging to someone about being the only gangster from his era still murdering people in the modern day and age. Big U's alleged right-hand man.
See, and that's what people ain't paying attention to that's in the paperwork. You know, when people saying, you know, Big U didn't do this, Big U didn't do that, they got Big U on wiretaps saying he's the only person that's banging, that's still knocking people off. Like, you gonna say that he was joking when he was saying some shit like that? Or you gonna be like, they got the tape wrong?
An enforcer and underboss was a man named Sylvester Robinson, aka Vay, with Mark Martin, aka Bearclaw, being a trusted lieutenant. Big U's name and crew pulled a lot of weight and called a lot of shots in LA for decades, particularly when it came to the nightlife. There's one infamous story about Big U getting into a fight outside of a nightclub in 2014 and a rumored deadly wave of violence and extortion that came soon after. In a video posted by TMZ, Big U is seen trying to enter a club with his friend who's being turned away, who then attacks the security. Big U decides to back up his friend, getting into the fight and ending up being floored by the Samoan security team, being left bloodied and carried away by the police.
You, Mike, hey, just stay down. Hold him, he's good. You, Mike. Hey, close the gate, Mike. Close it up. Hey, close it up. Get him inside.
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out right now. Go. Get him out.
Be cool. Be cool.
I don't want him in this. I don't. Get out.
Get him out of here. Back up. Come on. You, come on. You. Big U, you strike out. Huh?
See that shit.
No, he just swung in my guard. Leave him on the ground. No, he goes to jail. He goes to jail tonight. Nothing to see, guys. Let's go. Move.
Oh, shit.
Big U later claimed that he had gone head-to-head with 15 Samoan security guards.
At the supper club up here. We was going in. It's only 30, 40 minutes left in the club. This dude hired something. Your homeboy hired. Yeah, they won't let him in. I'm like, I'm gonna stay out here with him. He just get off on the security guard for no apparent reason.
Get off, meaning?
He just fired on the dude.
Oh!
All the security together is me by myself.
Big U, you strike out.
So I made the assessment. It's 15 of them. You fit to get your whooped. But how the rules go, I'm gonna get down where I'm mad at. I took flight. So when I'm on the ground, I'm wrestling with him. One dude came and kicked me. If you look at the film, he kicked me in the side of the face.
Back up. Come on. Hey, give me one fight diving over here. Back up, guys. Come on.
So the blood, while I'm on my back, wrestling with the blood filter in my eyes. I couldn't see.
Hey, guys, back up. Come on, what are you doing? Let's go.
I think I did pretty good, me versus 15. You know what I'm saying?
Big U would also claim that in the aftermath, hundreds of goons from different gangs came to Hollywood following that incident to back him up.
And dudes from every set in LA really stood up and was offended by what they had seen. My homies is Bloods, that's Cubs, that's from every set was upset.
In a subsequent video, Big U was seen bloodied and in cuffs as rappers The Game and T.I., along with Big U's son and an army of 6-0s, square up to the police, initially believing that it was the police that brutalized Big U.
Are you trigger happy too? We not you trigger happy? TMZ, put it on it. TMZ, hey, get the camera on Big U. Hey, listen, right now. Police didn't do it. Security did.
Hey, T.I. Who did
did it? T.I. Police didn't do it. T.I. Who did it? Who did it?
But after the crowd realized that the security were responsible for jumping Big U, they begun to confront and scuffle with the security, with one of the people personally involved in beating up Big U taking off running from the mob.
Who did that to you? What? Hold on. Who did that to you? Please.
Them Samoans was about that, though. Them Samoans was about that. They like, man, y'all ain't come around here bullying nothing.
Who did it? Who just did it? Put it down. Put it down.
Hey, Scott, I got you.
Then, Rapper the Game even squares up to security himself, ready to fight.
Look at Game sweating the security right now on the police.
Then, what sounded like young Rolling 60s members ready to crash out would escalate things further, looking for those responsible and saying that they had never seen Big U in that sort of state, with everyone trying to remove them from the situation before things escalate and get deadly.
I'm talking to you. 6-up trip. I ain't never seen my like that. Who hit you though? Who hit you? Hey, what happened? No, I can calm the whole situation down. What happened? I can tell you.
Look, it's a
Yeah, them
full
Samoans
Mexican
ain't playing.
standoff right now. We got a whole Mexican standoff with Game's crew and the police.
The Game would still try and square up to the security, who was saying that Big U has to go to jail tonight.
Watch your back, watch your back. Y'all know better.
The whole situation was a mess, and according to one rumor, this actually led to a gang war between the Rolling 60s, backed up by other gangs, and the Samoan security gangs that run the nightclub doors in Hollywood, with Big U saying in his Hip Hop Uncovered series how things got so serious that 4 to 5 people were expected to die over this, with some Redditors even taking this to mean that 5 people had indeed lost their lives as part of this beef.
It was a lot of violence against just clubs and security against clubs, and people expected 4 or 5 people to die. We got so many people dying over bullcrap.
Appreciate the super chat.
Add to that,
Marvin.
That's not the legacy I wanted to have.
You said how you feel about the little Ronnie situation?
That was a misunderstanding. You know what I mean? Went too far. So we ended up shutting Hollywood down. We had to meet with the powers that be.
Now, I wasn't able to find any evidence or cases relating to murders that happened in Hollywood following this incident, but apparently after things reached a boiling point in the streets, the Supper Club and Big U had a meeting to try and resolve things. This ended in the Supper Club allegedly cutting Big U a check for $200,000 and doing a food drive for his community movement.
You know, we had sat down with the owners of the Supper Club. They wrote me a check for over $200,000. We used about $70,000, $80,000 to do a food giveaway, toys. It was amazing.
The Supper Club's giving all these free toys and food. They're underprivileged, right? And so I start talking to Big U, the organizer of the event. How come the Supper Club was so keen to be involved?
Well, we've been messing with them since back in, the incident we had. They want to reach back, reach out and help the community. For me, being able to take something bad that happened for me and turn it into a positive, instead of continue to let it be a negative, that's what I'm all about.
Supper Club later put out a public statement suggesting that Big U was the victim of a rogue security officer who took things too far, saying that Big U was not arrested and had no part in the violence, with club owners distancing themselves from the security that were working that night and promising that they would never book them again. Clearly, Big U was flesh and blood, like any man, and could also be caught slipping, but just as clearly from what came after, he was a formidable force in the streets who wouldn't accept this kind of violation lightly, and nightclubs would seemingly be a regular target for extortion attempts by the Big U enterprise.
So somehow he put the pressure on the nightclub owner about the securities beating him up, and they gave him $200,000. Damn.
The 2025 criminal complaint would outline a situation where Big U shook down club owners, promising them T.I. and Wiz Khalifa to turn up to an event in exchange for 33% of the profits. These artists never turned up, but Big U demanded a $30,000 payment from the club, plus more of the profits, despite not keeping up his end of the deal, with a taped recording depicting Big U pressing the club owner and promising to tear the club up if he didn't get what he wanted, apparently vowing to bring 5,000 Rolling 60s members to destroy their club if he wasn't paid the money, and famous people weren't safe either. The criminal complaint would mention a litany of celebrities and athletes that had paid Big U a checking-in fee when coming to LA, checking in being an extortion method that out-of-town people often fall into, as they're pressured to get into contact with the local gang members, this often involving payments for protection and to not get robbed. The criminal complaint explained that checking in was a street tax that had to be paid to guarantee safety from gangs and criminals in the city, and according to the complaint, the Big U enterprise claimed control of LA and expected to collect tax from entertainers in the city conducting certain types of legit or illegal business. The criminal complaint outlined an incident where boxer Adrian Broner and his friends were part of a fixed dice game against some NBA players, who then checked in with Big U and allegedly paid him $100,000, after which Big U gathered his goons and went to confront Broner, allegedly roughing him up along with his friends for not checking in and for apparently cheating NBA players out of their money. But even as far back as 2020, people on Reddit would debate why Big U pretends to be a reformed gang member whilst also openly enforcing the checking in extortion method publicly. People knew that he was living a double life years ago, and this was an open secret in LA. Big U would even be seen in video clips on social media going to film sets where he apparently forced the production to check in with him, saying that if they didn't, he would be taking all of their equipment.
Movie production in the hood. That's how we do it, you know, man.
Top flight, baby. Security.
GB running this here movie set in the hood.
Come on out here.
Coming out here and checking in with GB, getting these movies done. You better know it. You know what I mean? Anytime you want to do movies in the hood, just check it in. We can make sure it's done. Movies, videos. But if you don't check it in,
Oh, well.
check your we're gonna check you in, all right. We're gonna check in all of your equipment. We're gonna check in all of your equipment.
Big U was openly the gatekeeper for LA.
And he bragged about it. I said that now. He had one foot in, you know, helping the kids, and then kept hopscotching on the other damn foot in the hood. So, you know, man, I can't feel sorry for that shit. You was out there hopscotching in the hood, running pressure on your own people, but then you acting like you helping with the kids in another sense to try to cover the shit up. But I guess all adults, they didn't get no leeway. If you was an adult, it was pressure. But the kids, that was the facade, as if like you was a people person. So I can't go for that.
LA check-ins, warning out-of-towners in numerous clips that if you choose not to check in, you're not safe and you'll suffer the consequences, as well as saying that he too checks in when going to other cities.
When I go to Chicago, I respect Chicago wholeheartedly. I check in. When I go to Atlanta, I check in. When I go places, I check in. And I don't think nobody is safe. I know dudes right now from LA who are actual gang members who have been robbed for their jewelry, who real killers. Like, who really real killers. Like, if he ever find out who did that, he gonna knock everybody down. You understand what I'm saying? You just caught slipping. You know, that's how it is. You know what I mean? And you try your best not to be slipping. And if you have the means not to, why do it? You know what I mean? And it's just about, sometimes it's about respecting, you know, yourself and then trying to get home. So, I mean, you know, I hear a lot of back and forth on that. But, I mean, I don't know that it's a perfect answer other than me, myself, I check in.
But it appeared that Big U even had issues with podcasters like Gilly and Wallow of $1 Million Worth of Game.
Gilly and Wallow, they got a problem. I come to Philly, them the only two dudes I'm looking for. I got no problem with nobody else, no beef with nobody else but Gilly and Wallow right now.
Wack 100 and Luce Cannon would both tell academics that the Rolling 60s, on the orders of Big U, once stripped Gilly and his son and sold their jewelry for $100,000, with Wack 100 also revealing that Nipsey Hussle allegedly ended up giving Gilly $20,000 back because he felt bad for him.
Man, you better ask Gilly.
Gilly, no?
No, Gilly got stripped down by the homies because of Big U.
Wait, Gilly?
Yeah, the homie Rose and them stripped.
We're talking about Gilly the Kid. We're talking about the guy with the podcast. We're talking about.
Man, this Luce Cannon, name dropping again, telling again. You know, name dropping and telling again. And he think he gonna be able to swindle his way up out of the situation. Not at all. But yeah, man, Big U was out there, you know, 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And I definitely, somebody said everybody loved Big U. I disagree with that. I had several people call in here, you know, people from LA, talking about they didn't rock with Big U because what he was doing in the community. So I don't think everybody loved him though. You know, I doubt that one. Everybody didn't love Big U.
And that's worth the game.
He got his son stripped down, and they stripped down Gilly.
What do you, like for what? Like what? What do you mean? Gilly never got robbed though.
Yeah, him and his son got stripped. They stripped him in the 60s. Big U lined them up. They stripped him, took all their jewelry. The did it, came on the stage and said he did it. And
I agree with that one. People mix fear with love. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Nah, you said now they saying that he in jail, man. People was calling in scared of Big U. Straight up. They said Big U was terrorizing shit, man. Ain't nobody love Big U like that. They was just scared of that nigga, man. You know, they ain't love him like that. They was scared of him. And that's facts.
get mad at me like I did. I ain't did it. I ain't do it. I went, man.
No.
What mad at me for?
Gilly official from Philly, man. Gilly not going like that.
Gilly had his hands up in the mother air with his 2 kids. A father that couldn't protect his 2 kids. That's what he is. I told that, look, bro, don't be popping at me. Because with another saying, nigga, that from Rolling 60 Crip for real. Everybody know that is. He telling you, Big, you lined your punk ass up. Now, if you got your ass robbed over there, you and your kids, he said Nipsey went over there and gave it $20,000 because he felt bad for him.
However, it seems that whatever may have happened, Gilly would repair the relationship with Big U, as they could later be seen acting very friendly with each other. But no one was safe from the Rolling 60s extortion racket. But it seemed that the biggest targets were grey market businesses that couldn't rely on the law to protect them, particularly unlicensed smoke shop dispensaries, with Big U and his henchmen allegedly running an extortion racket where they would charge protection money to a store and rob them if they didn't pay up. In some cases, robbing them and giving some of the proceeds back if they agreed to line up other robberies and to prove what they were capable of doing. Footage of one armed dispensary robbery allegedly carried out by Rolling 60s on a dispensary that happened to be owned by Nipsey
right
Hussle
there.
and Black Sam would even circulate on Reddit. And this
Hold
is
up.
where Luce Cannon
That was
enters the
Luce
picture.
Cannon right there. Hold up. Hold up. Now, Wack 100 said they didn't have proof Luce Cannon robbed Dale at the dispensary. Now that there was motherfucking Luce Cannon. I'm gonna play that back. That looked like Luce Cannon right there. Hold the fuck up. But you know, Wack 100 wanna lie to us and act like he don't know what's going on because there's some shit inside of this shit that he got something to do with, but he don't wanna act like he know what's going on because he know he was the motherfucking main tool to getting Luce Cannon to say what he said. Play that shit back.
With each other, but no one was safe from the Rolling 60s extortion racket. But it seemed that the biggest targets were grey market businesses that couldn't rely on the law to protect them, particularly unlicensed smoke shop dispensaries, with Big U and his henchmen allegedly running an extortion racket where they would charge protection money to a store and rob them if they didn't pay up. In some cases, robbing them and giving some of the proceeds back if they agreed to line up other robberies and to prove what they were capable of doing. Footage of one armed dispensary robbery allegedly carried out by Rolling
Luce
60s
Cannon right here.
Dispensary that happened to be owned.
That was Luce Cannon, man. Hold on. Fuck, that was Luce Cannon.
Running an extortion racket where they would charge protection money to a store and rob them if they didn't pay up. In some cases, robbing them and giving some of the proceeds back if they agreed to line up other robberies and to prove what they were capable of doing. Footage of one armed dispensary robbery.
Man, that was Luce right there. That's Luce Cannon right there. They went in there no mask or nothing. Straight up.
allegedly carried out by Rollin 60s on a dispensary that happened to be owned by Nipsey Hussle and Black Sam would even circulate on Reddit, and this is where Luce Cannon enters the picture. According to some sources, Luce Cannon, real name Tremaine Ashley Williams, had a tough upbringing in South Central LA, losing his father to a death sentence in prison. Luce found himself deep in the politics of LA streets and prison yards, eventually turning to the music business as a producer, making beats for people around him like Nipsey and Draco the Ruler, before turning to rapping himself, collaborating with Nipsey Hussle during his come-up, and allegedly almost getting signed by none other than Dr. Dre, who according to Luce produced his song Bringin' California Back featuring Nipsey Hussle and YG. But in the end, Dr. Dre ended up signing Kendrick Lamar, as he considered him to be the safer choice, who didn't have as many potentially disruptive ties to the streets.
Some piece in it, man.
Yeah.
You had a record with him in 2013,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Bringing California Back, produced by Dr. Dre, with featuring YG.
Hold on, you said produced by Dre.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Like Andre Young.
Yeah.
Oh, worked with Dre?
Yeah.
How closely did you work with Dre on that? You just got the beat, or you were able to link with him?
When I went to jail, he was like, he wanted to sign me or whatever. It was me, Nip, and Kendrick Lamar. So at the end of the day, he was like, y'all getting people killed, people getting killed out there. I don't want to be around with this gangbang. I learned my lesson from dealing with the last situation, and he chose Kendrick Lamar.
That makes sense.
However, in another early interview, Luce would also imply that he was in fact the producer of the song, making the melody of the beat with a church piano while being locked up.
So you basically wrote everything. Did you produce that track too, right?
Yeah, I produced it. I did everything.
So when you're in jail, how were you able to kind of make that beat?
They had church, right?
Oh, okay.
I used to go in the church, use the keyboards like that. That's how I did it. And it came out dope. So.
No, for real. I remember that was the first song I actually heard, that you created and that you were in. I was like, hell yeah, this is dope as hell, because you had YG and Nipsey, and it was about, bringing Cali back, the hardcore, just kind of a party vibe with it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just when I do music, and people don't even understand the hook, me singing on it, rapping, I did so it's I do everything. I make it easier for other artists.
Perhaps the beat might have been a collaboration between Luce and Dre, though according to a poster that was posted by Luce himself, the producer is tagged as Buckwheat on the beat, but perhaps this version was a remake. But anyway, Luce has indeed allegedly racked up production credits and writing credits on projects with numerous major artists like Rihanna, Snoop Dogg, The Game, Nas, and 50 Cent. And he supposedly even worked as the opening act for Drake and 21 Savage during their It's All a Blur tour, although he's not included in the Wikipedia page about the tour for some reason. These discrepancies seem to raise some interesting questions about Luce's background, or lack thereof. In fact, according to Luce's twin brother Jermaine Williams, much of Luce Cannon's alleged music production credits are actually not true at all.
Even though he has a little bit of music on his platform, he's got the Draco song, he's got the Nipsey song, he has claimed all kind of music success with people that I know for a fact he doesn't even know. He don't know Nas. But the Luce Cannon I know has worked with Nas for probably a decade. He doesn't know none of these other people that he's claimed to produce, that he's worked with. Have you heard some of his claims of his music success?
I could only go by what I did for him. He had songs with Game. He got songs with J-Rock. He got songs with Nip, YG. Songs that I produce. I can't speak on anything that he's produced. I mean, that I heard little clips. People send me little clips. He would have been too young to work with these folks when they was doing their music and they did hits and all that stuff. So
damn, brother got up there and said he would have been too young to have did music with these people.
If people wants to believe the that he says, so be it. All I could do is say what I did with him.
Moreover, LA YouTuber Street TV, together with guests like the rappers Munchie B and Spider Loke, have claimed that Luce has stolen his entire public persona from an older hip-hop industry insider that also has the name Luce Cannon.
Got me on this Luce Cannon, anti-Luce Cannon, anti-fake Luce Cannon campaign is because I have a personal friend that I've known since I want to say 13 years old, 14 maybe, that goes by the name Luce Cannon. That's been in the music business since I've known him. That he's introduced me to some of the biggest rappers that I've ever met. I met them through the real Luce Cannon.
Because you guys, I believe this is the reason why Luce Coochie Lips Cannon chose Luce Cannon as a name to run with, because of the credits that were already attached to it and the lack of a apparent profile that was so obvious. Because if you from rolling anything, especially 60s, I don't care if it's 90s, 40s, 30s, anything, and you have a name that includes O's, to eliminate the O's is so contrary to what we do when we play with words and represent what we represent. He had to take that name for the purpose of receiving the exact same credit that your partner was getting.
The real Luce Cannon hit me up during the MySpace years.
That's what it was, MySpace.
And he asked me, who is this dude, Luce Cannon? He's supposed to be from 60s. And I remember I think he called Steve Lobel because he knew Steve Lobel was tapped into the 6-0s. And he said that, I think Steve Lobel told him that, oh, it ain't nobody, there's nothing to worry about.
Oh, my mama, dad, homies, daughters, lokes, loved ones, everything I love and live for, my sister and my sons. Just the same thing I did. It wasn't Steve, but I hollered at Big U. He called me back with the exact same report, bro. Back in 06, when I ran across this content of Luce Coochie Lips Cannon lying on me, claiming he had met me and disrespected me, and I had no idea he existed.
Oh, you don't say, cuz you not no Crip.
Look how far he would go. That's why you guys know he been trying this since 06.
Normally I wouldn't care,
right?
But I grew up with the real Luce Cannon.
Right.
The real Luce Cannon is getting calls all the time about what this dude is doing, about claims that he's been with other celebrities that the real Luce Cannon never been with. So he's got to take these calls. Nah, I never did a song for 50 Cent. He has worked with Nas. He has worked with some major dudes.
Right.
This dude, the fake dude, is just putting it all out there.
Robbing dispensaries is one thing, but robbing song credits and your entire career history is just wild. But Luce's former partner, Jasmine Gigi Adams, also told Street TV that Luce has told many outlandish lies about himself, painting him as a possible pathological liar.
Tremaine, he kind of gets you into a place. I mean, it's real intense. When he first meets you, as you guys can all see, I'm sure, from the interviews that everybody has seen, the lies are outlandish, and he's very good at, when he's outed for the lies, he'll come up with an even bigger lie. And then he's got, little minions around him to support the lies. And then, next thing you know, you don't know what to believe, even though you have the proof in front of your face.
Okay, all right. How about Nas?
No, Nas is cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
what was it like when you were working with him?
It was just like, cuz was gifted a whole nother level. So it was like a different vibe. It was like out of here. It's like a different atmosphere.
What did you do with him?
Produce for him.
Oh, what did you produce?
The song with him and what's that fat dude? I produced so many records, I'll be forgetting the damn names.
But I think that was kind of the reason why I stayed, because the fake Tremaine didn't have, it's not like he had tons of money or anything when I met him. So I think it was more so about myself.
Couldn't even say.
It was just me.
When you look back at it, was there anything?
Couldn't even tell you what song that he produced for Nas. He said, man, I produced so many songs, I don't know.
About him that you actually liked?
He was very persistent. He was very persistent. He was showered you right away with just like flowers, very persistent, and taking you out, kind of just treating you like like a lady. He never pressured you for sex or anything like that. He was just very persistent, kind of came off as a gentleman. And then of course he's, telling you these lavish stories. I own Subways, I own GameStops, I have my life together type thing and stuff like that. And I had my own businesses too. So it was kind of like he makes you feel like you've met your match.
But whatever the case, Luce Cannon would eventually find himself in the podcast world, appearing frequently on LA's leading rap culture podcast, No Jumper, arguably becoming a loose link when it came to the secretive code of the streets. But before Luce had fully transitioned to a more sanitized media presence, He was allegedly towing the line for Big U in the streets, specifically conducting robberies of dispensaries that were being shaken down. According to the criminal complaint, on July the 5th, 2021, a robbery went down at an unlicensed dispensary that had been paying up to $25,000 a month to the Big U enterprise, but they ultimately got tired of being extorted and decided to stop paying up. On that day, 11 thugs were sent to the store, including Luce Cannon personally, with them running into the dispensary with guns and masks, robbing the store of cash, stock, and even sticking up the customers. Apparently during the robbery, one of the masked men put the store owner on the phone with Big U, who invited the victim to his home, and when he arrived there, he found Big U and the robbers with the proceeds of the robbery, telling the victim that he just robbed himself, giving him back some of the stolen things and demanding $10,000 so it doesn't happen again. Now this is a crazy extortion method as it is, but to make matters even more crazy, years later, after falling out with Big U whilst on the No Jumper podcast, Luce Cannon would discuss this incident openly, saying how he found it strange how Big U would send them out on robberies and then the victims would later turn up to take their things back.
So basically it's like, cause he'll be like, he'll manipulate things, like we'll go and do something and as soon as we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to, you know, counting everything, right? And we be like, how the f they get that? Oh, well, we're gonna just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that. But cuz it's actually putting us in paperwork, right?
Luce also claimed that Big U had supplied guns to the homies, but noted down the serial numbers for these guns as collateral.
Seen that get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like that, and I didn't catch on. So it was like I'm waking up now. You get what I'm saying?
Straight telling. This is telling. This is telling.
Because I'm his right hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when it came down to like dirt and stuff like that, I'm gonna get it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Ultimately, it would seem that Luce Cannon's fallout with Big U was a big contributor to his downfall, as Luce would go on podcasts and lives on his own social media and speak openly about illegal things that he had done under Big U's leadership. Another crazy situation that emerged in the criminal complaint and on a podcast was an apparent run-in with the rapper Meek Mill, where Luce and other 6'0s had allegedly grabbed hold of Meek at a venue and threatened to kill him unless Rick Ross, Meek Mill's label boss, gave them $50,000, which was apparently paid up.
I heard Wack on the interview talking about what I did to Meek Mills.
Wait, you did something to Meek Mill?
Oh, Lord.
It said y'all was trying to kidnap him. No, that's cap. There was a big U portion of it.
Yeah. So basically, Meek Mills was talking real reckless on Twitter and stuff like that. So
talking reckless.
Reckless.
Now.
Yeah, so we caught him at the club where he was performing at. As soon as he walked in or whatever, all the security that was with him, they spent around. Grab Cubs. Get on the phone with Ross.
Honey, all right, that's enough now. We're not going to tell all the details.
No, we got to hear this one.
I said, get on the phone with Ross.
Now, this one will go high.
Yeah.
What?
Get on the phone with Ross. Neighborhood Crip. So he got on the phone with Ross. I took on the phone with Ross.
Wait.
Because we needed that bag. Cuz was.
Oh, he owed y'all money?
No, he didn't owe no money. We took the money.
Oh, this was some extortion? Oh,
not extortion.
All right.
See, we don't.
See, I'm gonna have to probably bail him out after this
We
interview.
don't want to.
No. We just
ain't no bailing him out.
Ain't
no bailing
We don't
him
want
out.
to get the extortion part. If it's just a business transaction. You get
how much I charge him?
50. That's it.
50,000?
Yeah.
I hear Rose. Hey, look, I got this. You got this artist you pumping. You don't want this to get out. We need 50. He brought 52, Crenshaw, and 48. He brought that money. He brought it fast. And when he brought it, I hit Big Useless and said we on our way. Gave Meek Mills his stuff back and left.
Now, for the record, Meek Mill later denied this, and if one thing's clear, Luce Cannon is certainly somebody that will happily lie for clout. But Luce was seemingly so fresh out the streets, he didn't seem to realize that he shouldn't have been talking so openly about these crimes on podcasts. Combine this with the comments that he made about Nipsey Hussle's death and the subsequent cease and desist Big U sent to No Jumper, it was then emerging that Big U had a serious problem on his hands, as the inner workings of his street empire were now being aired out on podcasts for the whole world to hear. Apparently, as a result of a fallout between the two, Luce Cannon was now openly disrespecting Big U any opportunity that he had. But this wasn't just a spontaneous switching of sides. In actual fact, it seemed that Big U's downfall was orchestrated by one man, a former friend, turned mortal enemy named Wack 100, who after befriending Big U's former enforcer Luce Cannon would discover a shocking revelation that Big U might have been involved in a sloppy murder in Las Vegas, with Wack ultimately conspiring to drip feed the information to the public and Big U himself in order to accelerate the downfall of his former friend turned enemy. But Wack 100 couldn't take all the credit, as the reality is the downfall of Big U was seemingly his own doing, as the 2025 criminal complaint would reveal just how dark and badly executed this alleged murder was. But despite this, it would be 4 years before anyone would learn the details, and by then it would be far too late for Big U to escape these serious charges.
That's ill. Far too late for Big U to escape these serious charges, because Luce Cannon, Wack 100, made sure that this shit gonna stick. And we all know why it's a sealed file. Why we don't hear nothing about Luce Cannon. Nothing. We don't hear shit about Luce Cannon. That indictment is sealed for a reason. You know. But it's coming out though, man. Wack 100 is definitely being unmasked, man. This shit ill though. Yeah, this shit ill. You know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. Yeah. I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. Say yeah, straight out of low cash. Straight out of low cash. Crazy motherfucker named Luce Cannon. This nigga's a liar. Straight up. Straight out of slow cash. Yeah, man. Facts. Damn. Well, yeah, man. We got into some things. I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. Y'all know how we do. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. Share this video. Let me see. Hold on. I think I might want to play this real quick for y'all. You know where Wack 100 was acting so slow. Let me see. I might want to play this one. You know where Wack was acting so motherfucking slow. Let me see here. Let me see. Hey, we're gonna play this.
So when I'm reading this, right? When I'm reading this shit right here, the reason for holding, right? Let's go over nature of the offense. Okay, let's pay attention to that. Nature of the offense and defendant's role in the alleged extortion robberies, right? The 2 active protective orders, that's something else, and something in January 25, that's something else. Now, this is what with me goes. It says that 30 minutes after the robbery, the dude came to Big U house. And then Big U gave him some of the proceedings of the robbery. So, was this really a robbery on Dale, who was being extorted on many other occasions? This situation isolating it to Luce Cannon. We don't have Luce going to collect any money from Dale. That was like Vay doing the majority of that over the years. So in this situation, how do you tie Luce Cannon to an extortion robbery when the individual himself got paid proceedings from the robbery?
Because they saying
y'all hear how Wack 100 is acting so slow to the situation, like he doesn't know anything and why any of this shit can happen, because it's just, it's crazy that this is happening. They don't have no evidence, right? But then, Wack 100 turns around with this shit.
I know the nigga personally. I know Victor 1. I know him, did business with him. He was just on my phone. Yeah, I know him. I know the nigga. Nigga named Dale. They call him Monster. Nigga do read the print screen, book shows. I know the nigga. Now Luce is all the way up. Luce up because they was both just on my phone in October. And Dale was working all the way up into March 15th. March 14th. Which lets me know when they was having that phone call, Dale's phone was hot. So, yes, up. I got the whole call. Call up. It's bad business. I said and thought about it. I said, and them niggas just called me in October. Twice. October 14th, October 15th. And these niggas was having this conversation. Dale said he had to turn himself in December. He said, what? Big U's hot. He working. I'm not going to lie. He admitted it. I worked it. I told him Big U been extorting me. That nigga. Wack, when I did business with you, it was real business. Even when I owed your people, you sat down to me and it was fair business. We made a deal. We negotiated. You shook hands. You left. You left me with the people. Whenever I sent you money to deliver orders, you always deliver. But these niggas want to come over here playing with me, right? And him and Luce got to talking about whatever they was talking about. And thinking about it is like, yeah, this is going to turn out up. Because they was just on my phone in October. And Dale and Luce Cannon was wide open with their conversation.
Appreciate the membership, Keita. Yeah. So then, we're going to go back to this a little bit, right? Because he's so confused about everything talking to these guys, right? The minions on Clubhouse. But you knew for certain that Dale was on the phone and his phone was hot. And it was over for Luce. Because you had parts in this shit. But now you get on Clubhouse and act like you don't know what the fuck happened and they ain't got nothing on Luce. They don't got no wiretaps. No, they got wiretaps with Luce. They just haven't released them. They got the video of Luce robbing the dispensary. I just showed y'all that shit. So that shit they trying to come with, we can't go for that.
Right? When you look into the paperwork, right? Like when we went over the paperwork, it says the reason for this robbery, this particular robbery that Luce Cannon is charged with, was extortion. It was because Dale stopped paying that tax. So
Stop right
Dale
there. Let me make sure I'm understanding this some savage shit. So you're saying, that's what you're saying. Dale stopped answering the phone, paying the tax. You talking about the $25,000 a month?
Yeah. I think it was $25,000 a month. It was something like that.
You're saying because he stopped answering the phone and stopped paying the tax, that a robbery was put together on his spot. And then you're saying he was called. Okay, if you ain't paying and you ain't answering the phone, why would you answer to come to a nigga house after a robbery if you not part of the robbery?
Well, see, I don't think it was a call to his phone, and y'all can correct me on this if I'm wrong.
So that's where
I think it says that somebody put him on their phone with Big U.
That's where he got put on the phone with one of the robbers at the dispensary, Wack.
Okay, so that made him come to the house, is what you're saying.
I mean, so that's what he...
Wack knows the whole entire story though. This is how you know Wack got parts in this shit. Wack knows the whole entire story, but he on there acting as if he don't know anything.
That's what he's saying.
The nigga that ain't been answering the phone, stop paying. Okay, so while the robbery's been happening, they give him the phone and whatever's said. So you saying that scared him to like, okay, I'm coming. That's what we hearing?
That's the way Dale explaining it.
Okay, yeah, because I missed, because I'm wondering, like, well, if this nigga showed up to the house after the robbery and got some of the proceeds, my next thing was, did he take these proceeds and turn them into the feds to be, you know what I'm saying? Stamped as, hey, this is the things that they gave me back for the robbery, or did he take those proceeds and use them for his own person?
Now, see, that's where it get tricky at. Now, when trial get to come in and they start giving the defense they evidence that that the prosecution gonna use and shit, who knows? That might be some of the evidence they have. It might not be, but if it is some of the evidence, that's crazy.
Now, if let's just say, the robbery happened. Dale ain't answer the phone. Boom. All right, robbery happens. They show up. Nigga pass him the phone. Yeah, nigga, not answering the phone. You want some of this back? Pull up to the house. He pulls up to the house. From what they say in the paperwork, Big U says, this is what's throwing me. Big U's words in the documents are, now that's how you rob yourself. This is why I'm saying, like, okay, was the nigga involved or was he not involved? He said, now that's how you robbed yourself, and handed Dale some of the proceeds. So let's just say Big U was talking. Dale had no idea what this nigga was talking about. If Dale didn't take the proceeds and check them in to the feds as this is what they gave me back from the robbery, how does that affect the case?
I don't think it affects the case none, to be honest with you.
So if he kept the proceeds and just spent them himself?
Yeah, I don't think it affects the case
just
none,
playing
because
dumb.
at the end of the day, he still got robbed because he didn't get everything back. He only got a portion of what was taken from him. You see what I'm saying?
But because you got to remember, there was never a police report filed because the dispensary is illegal.
Too.
So, do they have video footage of the robbery?
Crickets. Straight fucking crickets.
Prince, any mention of some video footage? And the Luce Cannon side?
No mention of video footage, just mention that they came in without masks.
Well, we just seen the video footage, right? But Wack knows that there's video footage, but he's playing like, I don't know anything, right? I don't know anything. But he knows, yeah, wiretaps, video footage, everything is there. This is why the documents are sealed, but Wack playing as if he don't know shit.
And he could identify them. He said 9 individuals came without masks, and the ones he could identify was Robinson and Williams.
He said 9 individuals came without masks, and the ones he could identify was Robinson and Williams.
Oh, so we got a wild card in there. Robinson. So I wonder if Robinson collaborated the story. We can't get none of his shit up.
I got his shit too. What you need?
We got Robinson's personal shit?
But see, his shit is just a fit.
Yeah, that's the play, Vic. That's the play. He's sounding like that, right? so that he can make it like he don't got no involvement. He don't know what's going on, right? When we know that he knows the entire details of this shit because he orchestrated the dude to tell on himself and tell on Big U. And I'm sure Wack has other information that he's recorded and gave it to them people.
$10,000 bail shit.
There's no profit or nothing on him.
I already checked, no 5K1, no nothing, no downward departure, nothing of that. Not at this point. It's too early. It's just that bail.
Damn. That's crazy.
Rakita, you send no jumper that money. I sent you they cash out, right?
I'll send it right now. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, this shit getting crazy right now.
Yeah, it is getting crazy.
So I think the wild card in Luce case, correct me if I'm wrong, Ghost, I believe is Robinson. Because if dude identified
Sadate, that right there, I feel the same way about that. Y'all know I said that. You know, when he asked the dude, Eddie Boy, well, why you going to the court hearing? What interest do you have, man? I'm going to be at every court hearing he got because he threatened my family, right? Wack like, oh, man, oh, well, yeah. Well, y'all got it, man. He said he gonna be there. Like, come on, man.
Robinson and Luce, and we know Robinson been picked up already.
Right.
Because Robinson is, nigga, he the one go picking up every day. If Robinson collaborates Dale's story, that's a problem. Huh?
So Ghost and Wack, in the paperwork, it says that they corroborated Dale's story with the wiretap conversation between Henley and Robinson, talking about adding Monster to the extortion scheme, basically giving him the kickback. So having that same discussion of, hey, whatever you bring us, I'll give you a kickback up with Robinson. They got that conversation of saying, hey, this happened because Dale told us that he was kicking up as well. So the Luce Cannon interview corroborated the Dale story, and then the Dale story got corroborated with the Henley and
that's
Robinson
another thing.
Corroboration, yep.
That's another thing. Did Dale already tell his story prior to or after Luce Cannon said what he said on No Jumper?
This nigga Wack is ill.
Well, I think Prince pointed this out the other day. I think the way it's worded in the paperwork is if Luce Cannon basically corroborated it after he did the No Jumper interview.
And we're getting that from the paperwork that says later on this.
I think Wack 100 and Big U had they fallout around the pandemic.
Story was corroborated. This robbery was corroborated by Williams on a podcast. It says later on this was corroborated, which means to us that he told that story already, and then they hear that story corroborated, and then we also have another corroborated piece of evidence: the phone call between Henley and Robinson talking about Dale getting paid off of some of the dispensaries that he brings to them to get robbed.
Facts.
So he's a part of the enterprise by being added to at that phone conversation at his house.
No. I think he offered him that. He said.
Right.
He told Dale.
And I don't think Wack was Dale's partner. I don't think that. Wack wasn't Dale's partner. I think Wack was putting pressure on Dale too, because he told Dale that if he didn't make payments to a certain person, that he would have to make the payments. And we all know ain't nobody making payments for nobody at all. That was just to keep him paying so he can get his cut.
So we'll give you 10,000 for every other dispensary you bring to us. Now, see, this was tricky about that. Are they playing with the word and saying this robbery happened because of the 25,000 stopped being paid? Or are they saying Dale collaborated with Big U as another option of payment to rob the dispensary that he's probably a partner in, and he's not
Listen to Wack.
because everything in there he ain't responsible for when it comes down to the financial side.
It's
get what I'm saying.
The
Even
line
with
is
that,
open.
even with
Why
that,
you ask that?
There you go.
yeah, even with that,
Call
it still
in,
could be
baby.
because they're gonna say he did it out of fear.
You're right. So it's the latter, but they're using a little bit of the former to argue it all, right? They're saying that the whole robbery happened because the discussion happened on the phone between Henley and Robinson talking about kicking up. So when Dale talks about the robbery happened, and then at the house we talked about kicking up, they're saying because kicking up matches kicking up, the whole robbery happened. So anything Dale says about the robbery is true, is corroborated. That's what they're saying.
Gotcha.
Right?
But the fact that Wack is acting like he's just clueless with these people on there lets you know that he knows the entire detail. He knew everything about Young Thug case. He knew everything about Gunner. He knew everything about Thug's brother taking the plea. He knew everything about 6ix9ine's case. He knew everything about Jim Jones. He knew everything about all these other cases, but the guy that you was right next to, you don't know anything. That shit there is self-explanatory. Straight up. Yeah, he clears his throat. Yeah, I
it's
agree
just
with
a
that.
kicking up conversation. That's the point. It's nothing else about the robbery that anybody else corroborates, though.
Right.
They don't have any video evidence or anybody else at this point saying that they was at that dispensary, robbed those people. That's why we need to wait for who? Anything Robinson said. Because he's the only other person that, quote unquote, didn't have a mask that was there that committed the robbery according to the witness who was there. So without no video, then who can say that they committed that robbery? Who was there?
Well, I think this is why I think Robinson is a wild card. Because if you got Dale who's saying what he's saying, and then he's saying, well, it was 9 people, I can identify 2. And he identifies Williams and Robinson. They snatched Robinson because he's all through there with the murder, remember? I believe he's the one that told them they got the call and left LA going to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And I need y'all to pay attention to that. He can tell you all the details about everybody else connected to it, but Luce Cannon, he don't know shit. You don't know anything. But everybody else, Big U and how he lied about Big U's DNA being under the nail, he knew all that shit. But you don't know anything about Luce Cannon.
Because he's the only one can identify that. Big U ain't gonna tell him that. Only motherfucker tell him when they left is motherfucking Robinson. And then the security could tell him when they pulled up. That's when the security pulled the gun because he didn't expect anybody. And if they questioned him, remember they took his DNA too. That's in the paperwork. They took his DNA to see if his DNA was on Rayshawn Williams' body.
Listen to this shit, man.
That's in there too. His came back negative. So I'm pretty damn sure they said we got you on 20, 30, 40 counts of extortion, aiding in abetting this, that. We don't know if you were involved in the murder, but we know you drove him. We got reason, but did you know he was going out there to do that? You know the question they coming at him with, right?
Right.
So you know they asked him, were you at this robbery? He identified you and him. Was this person with you? That's the wild card.
You ready for the other wild card?
They definitely wild,
What's the
Keita.
bail amount?
Whose?
Sylvester Robinson, Vay. Looking at it right now.
I don't know. I just know. I know he had bail with stipulations. What was it?
15,000.
Oh shit.
Like 15,000 was the total, or 150,000 with 10%?
What I say, Ghost?
God damn.
Like,
so did he have to give up the whole 15, or he had to give a percentage of that?
10% of 15,000 is what, 1,500?
God damn.
It's just, yo, custody status. Defendant is not in
somebody
custody.
next
They
to
entitled
Wack,
arrest on
RM.
complaint. 3/19/25 at 6 a.m. Posted bond at complaint level on 3/19/25.
I'm gonna have to
Any
look this
amount
guy
of
up.
15,000.
Be sure to keep that notification.
I'm gonna have to look this guy up, RM. This guy, Wolf. We're gonna have to look Wolf up. You know, cause boy, oh boy, I guess that was the person that Luce Cannon was saying that Dale should have been connected to Wolf and not Big U, cause Wolf and Wack are on the same team. You know, yeah, we gotta look that one up, man. And listening to this shit, right? And Wack 100 acting like he don't know shit. That shit there is like self-explanatory. Nigga, you know every goddamn thing. Yeah, all that I don't know shit. Nah. We ain't going for that. All that I don't know shit. Nah. I ain't falling for that one. Let me see, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Let's see if we can get that. We want to get that there. Hold up. Yeah. I'm telling you, you don't know nothing. You can't trust Wack, boy. His credibility's done. As far as you can throw his ass. I'm trying to find that one audio again. I'm gonna play that one. Yeah. I'm going through the audio again. We're gonna play this one. Yeah. Hope I ain't passing. Ain't no damn way. Yeah, hold up. Might be getting close. Alright, bingo. Bingo. There we go, right here. Bingo, y'all. Bingo, bango. Listen to this shit.
You say you got something going. It's always gonna be up. But nigga, you know more than me. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. Shit don't make sense to me no more, bro.
You know that cuz dealing with the police, bro, and nigga.
I don't think nobody can deny that, because that's how he. See, that's why Wack never respected Nipsey, because Wack knew shit about Nipsey that wasn't respectable, and he only know that because of us. Like I watched that shit. It might be true. You know what I'm saying? Like, he got that recorded of Nipsey talking to the police and trying to use it against him. Maybe it might be true, but shit.
No, but what I'm saying is, because it's like, you know, like with that situation on downtown or whatever like that, when the feds came and got you, because how you think they just got me a couple of months ago?
Yeah, but what relationship me and you got? Where somebody can get to you because of me? How is that even possible?
No, so basically they asked me about you because of the Big U situation. I guess y'all hit cuz or said.
But Cannon, you the boogeyman. You the right hand of him. How they gonna ask me about it? Come on, you know more than anybody.
They didn't ask me about you. You get what I mean? They asked me about you, but then they said about the situation with Big U with the extortion shit. You get what I'm saying? So when
when they said that, I'm thinking on 6-0 like you had something to do with it, but then I thought about it is they asked me about information about you, but I know it's not coming from you because we already know what happened with that shit. You get what I'm saying? So I just had to think about it because, nigga, when they came and questioned me, nigga, dead homies, it was like out the blue, like hit me at the gas station.
Right. Hey, I want to tell you something, bro. I'll be watching some of your videos, bro. And when you say that throw the rock and hide the hand shit, that should be hitting me like a motherfucker every time you say it.
Yeah, because we never
every time I hear you say throw the rock and hide the hand, I'll be like, it just be like, nigga, it just be like, damn. It's like, nigga, cause now I see it, like I remember it, so I'll be like, fuck. But yeah.
No, remember, cause when we came in there, I came in with my squad, cause, and then remember we took everything. When we took everything, y'all niggas beat us to the spot. You get what I'm saying?
Oh man.
No, but you know that
was yo, man. Like, I would like to talk to you more openly when I know you might be recording a nigga, and I gotta dodge on it. You know what I'm saying? So I would like to.
No, we talking freely. Yeah, homies, we talking freely. You know what I'm saying? I'm not recording shit.
That's the victim on the phone with Luce Cannon.
This is some shit that I'll be thinking about, that I'll be putting together, even like you in a trial situation. I can see you pressing the line, and then a phone call happens, they get an energy switch, and then you kind of look like, because I'm telling you, Nick.
You know, Monster, have I lied on Cuz?
Like I don't think so.
Monster is like, I'm not harboring or anything like that. You good with me? You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do nothing.
That's what I wanted to get to. That part.
You get what I'm saying? Right. On 6-0, but you have to understand, like, bro, the situation I had and I did things to you, it was only because of Big U, and you know that.
No, I know that. Because you know, one of the things is like you know, you can take and you can create. You know what I'm saying? I'm a creator, so niggas can create, and some, you know, we could have made money a million different ways. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't the way it ain't the way the cookie crumbles. But shit, man.
But you sometimes, because you have to stand on business. You get what I'm saying? If I'm telling you, cuz right now, today, cuz can't do nothing to you, he can't do nothing to you because he have to do something with me. But nigga, you have to also, nigga, give me, you know, certain things that I'm saying, cuz it's not a lie. You know all the stuff that I was doing for cuz who was cuz man? Who was the right hand man? Who was the nigga that was actually in the field? Name him. You know
I know that. You know I can't name none of them, but we know you the go-to.
Of course.
Yeah, I know you the go-to. I see them.
Yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is, like, cuz the shit that I was doing, and I didn't want to lay y'all niggas down. I didn't want to do certain things to y'all. You get what I'm saying? But cuz lied. You get what I'm saying? And then now you just figuring it out.
I mean, I don't feel
on both sides.
I don't feel like it was a lay down. I knew what it was. Like, nigga, it's been 2-3 months. I wasn't checking in. I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. Something was gonna come happen. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't really carry no. You know what I'm saying? I don't really carry no. You know what I'm saying? What can I carry about that, nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? I was partly wrong, partly right. But you know, it is what it is.
No, but see, the thing is, it's like when you were dealing with Wolf, right? You should have just left it with Wolf. You should have never got Big U involved in it. You know what I'm saying? They're at home. That's where you fucked up at.
Yeah.
Wolf.
Nah, yeah.
And then me,
you definitely got to find out who Wolf is.
You know, man, one time,
y'all got a lot to talk about. I can tell you right now, y'all got a lot to talk about, cuz.
One time Wolf must have gave me story for another day, man. But I got what you read.
But you remember when I came in there, nigga, I cleaned up all the mess, dead homies. And anybody had an issue, nigga, we dealt with it. But nigga, it should have been working as a team. I didn't want to muscle niggas. You get what I'm saying? But niggas at certain times it's like.
I had gotten locked up, and then I think the first day I was gone, niggas had hit the U off for like 100,000. So we was just weak, and then Pop wasn't ready to run that shit yet. You know what I'm saying? So, shit, man, that was a situation where when the head of the snake go, it got to be better all around. But yeah, it didn't come out the way it was supposed to. But a lot of times niggas is doing a lot of shit. We the first ones to do it, or it's the first time doing it. So niggas always up their heads a little bit. You know, but if the situation comes back around, niggas got a lot more knowledge and experience to deal with it a bit better.
Yeah, you don't fuck with cuz no more, right?
Nah, I don't fuck. You know, like, yeah, I'm out the way, man. Reed would tell you, dog. I'm just licking my
that's why, Penny, you know I made the call like that, cuz. You know what I'm doing. You know, y'all know the play.
You better make the
if you was, he ain't. It ain't, cuz niggas. Look, I'm gonna tell niggas again. I don't see why niggas have to keep telling niggas what the truth is. If niggas don't want to believe that shit, that's on them. I didn't know this shit.
Yeah, but like, that's what I'm trying to tell you, cuz ain't nobody in LA got a hard enough team like I do. You know I run through that motherfucker. So at the end of the day, it's because if I'm telling you, nigga, you straight.
Appreciate all y'all watching.
Dead homie, you know that.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video.
You know I ain't gonna put you on the phone. And you know I ain't putting you on the phone call to do like that. Like I told you, that day when I came downtown, Cannon said, dude, what you doing? I said, what y'all doing? He was like, oh, nigga, it's fine. I said, he like, you protecting him? I said, protect him?
Definitely are.
Come on, that footage gonna be damaging. Then I got the scoop. I said, no, this my nigga, though. I'm just here for that, cuz. Make sure cuz straight. Promise you. I ain't scared to say it in front of nobody. Cannon, that's what I said. And I'm telling you. So if you didn't ever believe me.
Of course, you know Big Rig.
Y'all both my niggas. It's like, I can't do, because it's not, like, you know what I always tell you, man. It's a lot of things I can't say and can't do just because politic-wise. But I'm always going to have your back. If I have a say-so, if I'm able to, yeah, I'm going to make that right. Bro, this nigga been my nigga. I've been knowing this nigga since 18, bro. Yeah, he always been like that. 100%. 100%. I knew this shit even when he said it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's why when I said it, I just looked at it and laughed like, well, you know what I'm saying? Niggas don't know. And then when I saw him at the shop downtown, I was like, I was like, oh, man. I was like, bro, I told you then, I was like, ain't nothing too much I could say. That's my nigga. Ain't nothing not too much to say. But one thing I can.
You know, the crazy part about it is, you know certain situations, and that's why, Monster, when you deal with the shit, you should have went to and fuck with Wack, because Wack and Wolf is on the same team. You get what I'm saying? And you went the opposite way.
Nah, it was you that introduced me to Wolf.
It was you.
No, I didn't. Cuz already, you owe Cuz money, bro, and I paid that debt for you. No.
Y'all hear that, right? Who is paying a debt for someone else just for nothing? That was the reverse psychology to make sure that he got in on the cut. You paid that debt. I paid that debt for you. Shit's crazy. But listen to
I paid Wolf every penny myself. I paid his money. I paid Pop's money. I paid Dub's money. I paid everybody's money, and I made him like $500,000. I don't know if you know, but the first time Wolf gave me $60,000, I paid him back $100,000. Then he gave me back, and I did it in 3 months.
I know the agreement.
I was late, but yeah, I paid everything. I paid $100,000. That's not why. That ain't I owe Wolf back there.
But then why? You know they go hand in hand, right?
Well, I don't know what you mean. But when we did the shop, it was like, all right, this shop can make $100,000. It's not making $100,000 a week. Here's why it's not doing it. And then we said, y'all said y'all was gonna come through with like 50 or 100, but before we got there, I got locked up. So
but you made a dumbass deal with Big U, because talking about he wanted 1,000 per day. You get what I'm saying? You made that deal, and then I came and shut that down.
Never had to deal with him like that.
On 6-0, nigga, you came with that deal to 1,000 a day, bro. And I
we paid $1,000 a day for Mr. Lee's spot. We never paid. We never had a situation where we paid $1,000 a day. That's magic.
Shit,
there was a time when we was paying the police downtown. There was a time when we was paying the police downtown. High number, and we a high number. Yeah, that's that. But back then, we making it. So that's why he was trying to get so we can make that again.
Yeah, but the police, nigga, tried to come in there and hit me with, nigga, a balance of like 50,000. I told cuz we ain't giving them shit. But you had Big U in that shit, and you know it. You had niggas up there just waiting, doing shit and stuff like that. But then I turned that shit around, and then cause I
pretty
felt like
much
I got fucked because at the end of the day, bro, the police hit that shit after I tell them that we not paying them. Niggas running out with product and stuff like that. So nigga, I turned that into $1 million lick. Neighborhood crib. You know what that was about.
No, I ain't got no piece, no $1 million. I ain't seen $1 million. Because it was my take. You get what I'm saying? When the nigga try to play me, that's just how it is. I took a mines or whatever like that, and everybody else, I don't know.
You know, the whole thing is here making amends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, we making amends or whatever like that. So don't even worry about it. Monster, I'm telling you, you cool, you good with us. All right.
No, sure, look, my man. I'm gonna return some calls. Reed, I'll call you in an hour or so.
All right. So,
now that's some ill shit right there, right? Wack knew what's going on the whole time, you know, but he act like he don't, and he said it himself.
I know the nigga personally. I know Victor One. I know him. Did business with him. He was just on my phone. Yeah, I know him. I know the nigga. Nigga named Dale. They call him Monster. Nigga do read the script screen, book shows. I know the nigga. Now Luce is all the way up. Luce up because they was both just on my phone in October. And Dale was working all the way up into March 15th. March 14th. Which lets me know when they was having that phone call, Dale's phone was hot. Mm-hmm. So, yes, up. I got the whole call. Call up. It's bad business. I said and thought about it. I said, and them niggas just called me in October. Twice. October 14th, October 15th. And these niggas was having this conversation. Dale said he had to turn himself in December. He said, Wack, Big U's hot. He working. I'm not going to lie. He admitted it. I work it. I told him Big U been extorting that nigga. Wack, when I did business with you, it was real business. Even when I owed your people, you sat down to me and it was fair business. We made a deal. We negotiated. You shook hands. You left. You left me with the people. Whenever I sent you money to deliver orders, you always delivered. But these niggas want to come over here playing with me, right? And him and Luce got to talking about whatever they was talking about. And thinking about it is like, yeah, this is going to turn out up. Because they was just on my phone in October. And Dale and Luce Cannon was wide open with their conversation.
Yes, it's a lot of info, man. Dudes is, cooked all the way. And you know, Wack 100 playing dumb when he already know everybody's cooked. You know, he mentioned this shit. He lined it up, right? He knows everybody's cooked, but he's playing dumb to try to act like he really doesn't know all the information and what's going on when he actually does. Yeah. And if y'all do want to go grab the official SBGB TV merch, the merch that y'all see me wear, y'all can go directly to my website, sbgbtv.com, and you know, we'll get it to you ASAP. You hear me? Directly. You know, that official. You hear me? If y'all want the official, you know, you can go directly. You know, I got the merch that I run through the channel as well. But if you want the official direct merch from SBGB TV, go check out the sbgbtv.com and you can get the official. So y'all know what it is, man. And you know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. You hear me? If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. The membership is pinned at the top of the chat. So y'all know how we do, man. You know, we be getting it in. We putting that work in over here non-stop. We grinding. And I appreciate all of y'all, you know. We're going to continue to grind. Make sure y'all stay locked in. And, man, it's your boy DZ, man. I appreciate y'all. You know, hit that notification bell as well so you can be notified when we go live. And we not stopping, man. Straight up. We ain't stopping. We grinding. Coming from the mud. Josh and Star Kitty. Appreciate you tapping in right before we get up out of here. Yeah, appreciate you. You know, I appreciate all y'all, man. Make sure y'all stay locked in, man. Subscribe. Hit that like button so this thing can go around the algorithm. You hear me? I appreciate y'all. If you in the chat, hit that like button for your boy DZ. Facts. You hear me? But y'all know what it is, man. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.